Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to NECC Overwatch. My name is Dividing. I am joined today by the lovely LaFon, and we are here to bring you week 5 of the NECC Spring 2023 Overwatch 2 season. LaFon, we are passing the halfway mark in the regular season today, which means we're really going to start seeing the contenders separate from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and I mean, as we start off with game number one, we already have one of those contenders here in the Emergence division stepping forward, right? This is a team that is currently undefeated in their division, looking to continue that run through. But of course, their opposition would like to have something to say about that. As we get into the game itself, as you highlighted, the fact that it is sort of the mid-season aspect means that we can dial in on the teams a little bit, right? These are teams that we have expectations for at this stage. No longer is it the time for improvement. That was weeks past. Now it's about solidifying and cementing the specifics of your team to make sure that as you head into the postseason, that you have everything where you want it to be. There's no more grand changes. It's all about fine tuning at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we can take a quick look at the schedule for tonight, our highly anticipated week 5 schedule, we are starting off to the day with, like you mentioned, our emergence division, the undefeated to this point, Center College White, going up against the 3-1 Rio Grande College. We're going to be following that up at 8 p.m. in the Challengers division with Midland versus the University of Oregon Ducklings. And then at the end of the night, it won't be us. Another pair of casters will be coming in for the Champions division, UNM Lobos versus UCLA Academy. It is going to be an action-packed evening of Overwatch, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are looking forward to it.
Yeah, let's dive into this particular match that we have directly ahead of us, though, as we get set for map number one. The map selection comes through. In fact, we do have the newest map in Overwatch at the ready, and that is going to be Antarctic Peninsula as the control map for our first game. And then obviously throughout the rest of the series, we will have the ban pick system. So the team that won will ban out a map in the map type, and then the loser will end up picking the next map for the series, and on and on. Now, of course, we are in a first to 3 setup here, so you have to win 3 maps to win out the game, and we're getting set for control with Antarctic Peninsula. Of course, this is a map that
Yeah.
not a lot of competitive game time has been had on by virtue of it being the freshest map. So I think one thing we've already kind of attended to, though, in Antarctic Peninsula is that hitscan has been one of the strongest roles, I think, on this particular map. And interested to see what our emergence teams select as their composition as we get into the game.
Yeah, I think just the fact that this is really a map that both these teams have probably never played many official matches on. I mean, you probably don't even see it very much in scrims right now. I imagine when you're trying to go for in scrims maps that you are a little comfortable with, and because Antarctic Peninsula is such a new map, it is difficult to do that. However, as we head into the first map, we see some pretty brawly looking comps coming out from both sides. However, there are some pretty key differences. Zappy's going to be locking in the Ramatra.
Now, University of Rio Grande, they want to get in close to try and brawl. Obviously, playing off that Nemesis a ton of the time, and just trying to get Anonymous into the thick of things as well. They do have a little bit of poke with the Hanzo, but they do excel in that close quarters, as you highlighted. Center College White, though, they're electing to take their time and sort of give up point control for the moment.
Yeah, I think they're kind of trying to bait out some key cooldowns out from the side of Rio Grande, but here comes the engagement from Center College White. The Nemesis form is taken out, but Zappy is not going to be living very long. It is difficult when you lose that extra armor that you get from the Nemesis mode. Once you are out of that, you can get melted down super quickly, and I think Zappy just stayed in a little bit longer than they should have.
One of the unfortunate things there for University of Rio Grande is they were forced to use the Bionade defensively rather than offensively. On that sleep onto Blakey, they've been able to, perhaps get an anti-nade to get the cleanup. Maybe then they have a bit of an opportunity, but instead it had to be used on the University of Rio Grande's backline instead. And so Center College White were able to out-sustain and also nullify the Nemesis. That being said, that also means that Blakey going to have a lot of energy generated for this ultimate for the Earthshatter, likely to be at least the first one online here in the thick of things.
Adama is doing a lot of work, though, with the Symmetra turrets, making it very difficult for Rio Grande to be able to close the distance. However, the Nemesis mode is out, and down they go. The Shatter from Blaku just puts the Ramatra on their back, and with the help of the Coalescence, that is going to be a quick fight win from Center College. That was precise gameplay from Center.
I like the fact that they save the photon barrier as well. One of the things that blocks Ramatra's annihilation and causes it to take down is the shield. And having, you know, two sources to dance behind as the annihilation is going to be activated here in this next phase is going to be critical. So expect Center College White to try and play this one as a sustained game around the Blizzard and the photon barrier.
Oh, that is a beautiful May wall from Chonky Ghost right there. Separates everyone out and puts a little bit of hesitation in the engagement from Rio Grande, and that is all that Gould needed, sending the Dragon Strike through the entire team. Rio Grande melts away, and it seems like Rio Grande do end up taking the point back. That was really great Dragon Strike there from Gould.
Yeah, the setup from Center College White was correct, right? We saw the photon barrier trying to extend University of Rio Grande, but unfortunately Gould with a well-placed Dragon Strike catches everyone on rotation. And so this also keeps the Annihilation up, and I mean, expect Zappy 1, 2, 3 here to be the driving force. As long as they can dodge the Blizzard, I think they're going to be in for a pretty good place with this Annihilation.
However, you do have Zappy in a lot of trouble early on. The Annihilation is forced out and taken down immediately, and Mouse gets around into the back. That is a 3K with the Death Blossom. Rio Grande continue their hold, and they're going to have to do so. It's going to be pretty much perfect for them to take this first round of Antarctic Peninsula, but they have used all their ultimates in that one.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's kind of unfortunate situation here is even though that was a good fight for them, it did cost them everything. And I mean, Center College White, they still have that win condition. They're going to have a Coalescence here to couple with it as well. So sustain is going to be in their favor as, on top of the fact that the shutdown of Blizzard is right at the tail end of it.
Ooh, Gould might be caught out in a little bit of no man's land there, and that's exactly what happens. The long-range damage potential from Rio Grande goes down immediately, and actually, the point contest from the Center College actually causes a quick point flip. This is going to cause desperation now from Rio Grande. They have to try and keep contesting, but they are falling one after another. The Shatter goes down. Even if that Lucio was still alive, they wouldn't be very much anymore. So, Center College, with just a little bit of cleanup, they do end up taking the first round of Antarctic Peninsula.
That's an economic advantage fight right there, right? It's a case where there's not really much you can prevent your opponent from just walking onto the objective. And credit to Center College White, it's really difficult to identify the window of opportunity that you have and, you know, execute upon it, right? You always have sort of an expectation that your opponent has some level of resources at hand, but to have that be the go button is certainly a tremendous effect, and I really do like that for Center College White.
And that Dragon Strike from Gould was absolutely insane, by the way. I thought for sure that Rio Grande were in a tough situation there, and that Dragon Strike just came out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting it, neither was Center. However, now we head into the second round, and Rio Grande need to pick up something quick before they end up going down 1-0 in the series. There are no major comp changes, though. Both teams are going to opt to go for the same thing, but there is the long-range damage of Gould, simply unmatched with the current comp of Center College. That headshot is going to open things up for Rio Grande, give them a 4v5 advantage early on in this second sub-map, as Block is trying to make up for their lost compadre, but it's not going to be enough at the moment, at least. Rio Grande understandably decide to play the point, and they will get first point control. Call Me Max is going to get a pick off as well onto the May, and without the ability for the May wall to get people out, I mean, Center College are just going to have to retreat.
It's a very fast Ant Matrix from Nullen right there. And a huge part of why they're able to kind of close that one out. Yeah, a lot of damage being taken by University of Rio Grande. The difference is that they aren't getting eliminated with that damage, and so it ends up just being wasted potential from Center College White. Maybe in a different universe, 10% Blakeu gets the Earth Shatter and they're able to close it out, but that's not one we live in, and that gives University of Rio Grande a significant lead on the map. And that's a big thing to have here because Center College White are walking with some very big resources here.
The massive Symmetra teleporter tries to disorient Rio Grande, but they are largely not concerned with it right now. there is trades back and forth from both sides. Center College currently have the point thanks to a blizzard from Chunky Ghost. However, Zappy and company are ready to go back in pretty quickly here, as of course the Nemesis mode is out from that Ramattra. The Annihilation will be up in just a moment as well. However, Anonymous taking down the opposing number is going to be massive for the side of Rio Grande. They're going to be forcing out Center College very, very quickly here unless something is done. Blocku has the Earth Shatter if they want to use it, but I think wisely decides it's simply not worth it. In fact, we actually get the Annihilation coming out from Zappy to go ahead and finish the fight off for Rio Grande.
Yeah, it's a little bit beneficial for Center College White that Zappy elects to commit that. I don't think it's game-changing, though, right? University of Rio Grande still has the Blizzard, and keep in mind, that's where Center College White wants to operate. The range of the Blizzard's efficacy is very much in line with the play style of Center College White. So, yeah, considering this is last fight, and there's no defensive utility against the Blizzard, Anonymous rather holds this round in their ultimates. As the point gets approached by Center College White.
If this blizzard lands, it is hard to imagine a day where Rio Grande do not get this. However, the shatter from Blocku goes down first. It's going to stop Rio Grande in their tracks for the moment, but the blizzard is down. The blizzard is effective, and Anonymous has two. And here comes the cleanup for Rio Grande. They were down in the first point of Antarctic Peninsula. However, it seems like they are going to even things up on round 2, round 3 of our opening control map of the evening.
Anonymous there, literally game-winning or round-winning performance from them. Not only the Blizzard to close things out, but also using the wall to block off the follow-through damage on that Earth Shatter. If Blakeu gets the Earth Shatter follow-through, right, if they're able to eliminate those players, then this is a very different round because the Blizzard would have been wasted. But unfortunately, or I suppose fortunately for University of Rio Grande, you know, that's just a good heads-up play that it leads into the Blizzard and equalizes the map one apiece.
All right, so the tone setter for this match is going to come down to round 3 of Antarctic Peninsula. And once again, we really don't see many major changes. Both teams sticking with their guns here. There is a slight DPS change here from the side of center. Chunky Ghost is opting to go with the Cassidy this time around. A little bit more consistent damage, but you don't have as much utility as you would have had on the Mei. Maybe trying to counter some of the longer range of Ghoul here. That being said, Blakeu doing a pretty nice job closing the distance, but when you have a Mei wall at your back, that's going to make things pretty difficult. And yet Blakeu is going to go down. Anonymous does a fantastic job separating the Reinhardt from the rest of the team. And it seems like Center College should be able to take first point control here. They have a couple of members hiding behind this little pillar to clean up, and they either get out with the Sim Teleport or they get back to spawn the old-fashioned way.
I really like this Discord orb selection. Calling me Massey on the Zenyatta gives just more threat to the front line of University of Rio Grande. And keep in mind, coupled with the Mei wall, right? Coupled with Anonymous, with the tank having nowhere to escape, you're just taking free extra damage. So a natural benefit to the team, and that's a good start for University of Rio Grande. So it goes the wrong way with that trade.
Massive pick from Chunky Ghost. I mean, that's about as good as you can get. No immortality field, and that's about 80% of your healing if you're Center College right now. So taking out the Baptiste is absolutely massive, and that is going to be, I mean, I think Rio Grande know immediately they can't fight without their Baptiste. So they just back out, they give point control over.
Well, that's that consistent damage of the Cassidy coming to play, right? Chunky Ghost walks down the main thoroughfare, 2 shots a player, and that just opens up. Even traded out, it doesn't matter because the damage has already been done. Now we get to the first fight, though, where ultimates kind of get into the conversation as we're about equal on the point. And now it comes down to execution. Again, there's only a temporary shield that can block into Earth Shatter. So Blakeu has this fight in their hands, really down to, again, that performance, that execution individual.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Blakey can do just that this time around, but first they have to deal with the Dragon Strike coming up from Ghoul. Of course, they're pretty easily able to strafe out of the way, but Adama goes down. That is some insane utility they don't have. Shatter down, it gets 3. However, the follow-up is not quite there, at least not enough in time to take out Zappy and Call Me Massey before they're able to take out their ultimates. Backed by the Transcendence, the Annihilation is literally invincible. And I mean, that was a 5 ultimate fight for Rio Grande, but they do get point back.
Yeah,
So
that was a fight they
mission
absolutely had to win.
accomplished.
Yeah, if they lose that fight, this map was over, right? Because you're just going back to the drawing board. At least they get some percentage. They have their work cut out for them. They need to try and delay this fight as late as possible here, because they have nothing. And Center College White would switch over to a Ramatra of their own. I mean, see, they're not even really using ultimates except the Blizzard in forward potential now.
Yeah, actually a very nicely done Blizzard from Adama. Waited until Zappy had committed into the fight just to make sure there was no chance that Ramatra was getting away. This is actually going to be a fairly quick fight win for Center College, and even though it is 75% for Rio Grande, they don't have a ton to work with, and they're still in a pretty tough spot.
I mean, the same is said for Center College White. The only difference is they have control of the objective, right?
Yeah.
Carp uses the Amp Matrix at the end of that fight, perhaps unnecessarily so. So, University of Rio Grande, it's a neutral fight, and so it's really, I mean, aside from the Deadeye, but it comes down to execution. A well-timed pickoff here from Ghoul or well-placed wall, isolating a member that you can easily expire, gives a team an advantage. And so really, it comes down to which team has the better presence in terms of utility.
Deadeye from Chonky Ghost lands onto Ghoul. That is a lot of the damage from Rio Grande. That is simply not around anymore. You need that damage. You need to get on the point because we are at 99 into overtime for Center College. And with the Coalescence at their backs powering the fight, it seems like even though this was a well-fought map 1, Center College White are going to come out here and prove why they are the undefeated squad in this division. It is Center College coming out on top in the first map of the day.
So the highlight here from Anonymous. This is a big Deadeye to shut down the Ant Matrix. Unfortunately, it didn't come to much at the end of the game, but it's a flashy play and a good heads-up one at that. But I want to talk specifically about the status of the game that we find ourselves in. Right? When we talk about Overwatch, we talk about competitive setup. There's 3 things we attend to: macro, micro, and sort of team communications and sort of the behind-the-scenes stuff. Right? Macro and micro. I mean, it's more than you kind of attend to at this particular stage of the game. It's more focused in map, but communication specifically something we can highlight on because a huge part of utility usage comes down to that. Right? Knowing when and where your team is expecting the next sort of win conditions to establish themselves from. And right now, we're seeing 2 teams that are overextending in fights they're winning. So as we get in map 2, when they have a couple moments to kind of situate themselves, keep an eye and see if that improves, because I think that is really going to tell the tale of which team walks away with the victory.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty common mistake. I don't even know if I guess technically I would call it a mistake, but a pretty common problem to have in teams of lower SRs. We are currently in the Emergence division right now. Teams end up in must-fight situations, and they know enough to know that these fights are must win. Yeah. And so they know I have a powerful ability that'll help us if I press Q, so I'm just going to do that. I think having someone in the comm saying, hey, just kind of fight planning, here's what we have, here's what they have, and here are the ultimates that we want to use this fight. Let's try and hang on to these. That can be a massive buff going into the next couple of maps, especially as we head into map 2. Now both teams have kind of had a moment to kind of breathe and settle into the flow of the match. Maybe we'll see them be a little more calm when it comes to their utility usage.
I like that you bring that up because it's something that we've seen some of these teams on broadcast before, and they have been capable of executing with efficiency in their
Mhm.
resource management. So the fact that it's map number one and it's control at that, right? A very chaotic game type in
And
general.
Antarctic Peninsula, you that's just another level of
Exactly,
chaos because
right?
people aren't as experienced on it.
Yeah, so there's multiple or fronts where I think there is some uh, slack to be given to these teams in terms of their overspending in this. And as we get into further into the match, as you kind of highlighted, that's my expectation for these teams, right? To have that presence under pressure, which is very difficult to develop, but again, I've seen it from these teams before. So as we
Yeah.
get into map two and beyond, that's really what I'm looking for. Whichever team has the ability to kind of just draw back in a fight, recognize it's won, and trust that your team is going to be able to clean up without spending ever
Mhm.
further. I think that team's really going to be the one that takes a commanding lead in this series.
So as we wait on the second map pick right now, I do want to pose a question to you, Lafon. This is the first week of NECC we're playing on the new mid-season patch.
Yes.
I am curious to know what your thoughts are on that patch and whether we might see some of those buffs and nerfs kind of come into play over the course of the next couple of months. I will say we did see a lot of Baptiste in the first map. I
Yeah.
think that was partially because of the buff that Baptiste got to his immortality field, going from 10% to 25% of health saved if you're inside that field. Is there anything else you're looking out for in those patch notes that might make an appearance today?
I think it's interesting you bring up Baptiste specifically because I think Baptiste is played not. I don't think the buff is why Baptiste is being played, but I think that the contribution of players on Baptiste in this patch is going to be stronger compared to the last patch. And the reason I
Mhm.
say that is because you can be a little bit more confident with your performance as a support. You can carry more fights, and I expect to see more high impact plays as a result.
Yeah,
Beyond that, I don't think this patch has much in terms of game changing, patches.
sure.
But I think that what it's going to allow is the characters that got buffed. They're going to just be able to, as long as they were already operating within compositions before, are just going to have that much more ability to carry fights. Right? I mean, that 25%
Mhm.
HP is tremendous. For a DPS player, all of a sudden you're no longer a whisper away from death. It's
Right.
just a case of now I can actually get back into the thick of things and be a real threat because I'm being backed up so tremendously. So yeah, that's kind of how I see this patch. And I mean, from my understanding, that's kind of what the intention is of the patch as well.
Sure.
Not really to make grand sweeping changes, but just to elevate pain points and sort of reduce them as we go along.
Yeah. I think that was kind of my understanding as well. Nothing super crazy, super drastic coming out from this one, but the immortality field changes have been nice for everyone who's playing with the Baptiste. And
Yeah.
this next map, Kings Row, offers a lot more opportunities to do just that. I think both teams are very comfortable in a brawl 1v1 kind of situation. So I think that's why Rio Grande takes us here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how they kind of perform here in this mirror because keep in mind, Center College opened up on the Reinhardt
Yeah.
in that map and actually had some level of efficacy on it in round number one, but ended up mirroring out their opposition towards the tail end of Antarctic Peninsula. So as we head into Kings Row, my expectation is that we're going to see the Reinhardt started with. Um, it
Hmm.
remains to be seen if they do change to the Ramatra, for example, as the
Yeah.
series kind of or as the map kind of progresses.
I'm curious to see if maybe we see a little bit more Orisa potentially if a Reinhardt team isn't quite going as planned. I think Orisa is also another tank hero that can play very well in those sort of brawl comps with those javelin spins. She's really good at pushing the opposing tank away and creating space for her team that way. I haven't seen it quite as much recently as we did a couple of months ago, but I think it could still be quite strong.
Actually, speaking of characters that can be quite strong, we're seeing a lot more Bastion as of late.
That
Um,
is true. That has been interesting.
and I mean, I know why. It follows the same logical procession as Ramatra's cooldowns, just on a much less vulnerable target, right?
Hmm.
Um, Whereas Ramatra, if your nemesis is on cooldown, you're kind of forced to just poke from a distance and really have no impact in the fight, which is not what you want from your tank player. They kind of need to be in the thick of things, sort of setting the tempo of the fight pretty frequently. Bastion gives you that same level of like get up and go with their cooldown with the transformation,
Yeah.
but also is not nearly as vulnerable at setting tempo the rest of the time because they're playing sort of that midline, as I like to call it. So yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing Bastion played so much more. It also does a really good job in the brawl of shredding Tanks' defense.
Yeah.
If you're playing against the Reinhardt, the shield is such a valuable asset that the cooldown you trade for trade, and that opens up your second DPS and your tank to sort of activate. And if you're against the Ramatra, it essentially nullifies the Nemesis cooldown as long as you match it, beat for beat. So even if it doesn't have sort of that direct impact in winning a fight, it allows you to draw resources away from your opponent, which sometimes can be just as effective.
I would love to see some Bastion here. I know we don't really see as much. I remember the Overwatch 1 comps when you would have a Bastion Symmetra comp and you would TP the Bastion to the top of that statue near point A. That was always a ton of fun. Of course, not quite as effective in these days now that Bastion is mobile in that tank configuration, but it is still really, really fun to see. However, as we get into our second game, we're not seeing that quite yet. Center College on the defense opt to go for a more traditional kind of situation. They are going to roll with the Symmetra instead of a Mei, trying to melt people down with those turrets as they go through the choke instead of trying to section them off. I also noticed that they do not have a Lucio, so they're not going to be able to use those speed boosts to help engage and disengage, though since Grande don't seem to be doing so either, it won't be quite as big of a deal as it would have been if there was a Lucio on the other side.
To note also is that the Moira is in place. There's just a lot of healing here for Center College White. But not a lot of utility yet for the team. So they'll have to really operate around getting that Coalescence up early and using it to start the fight quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Zap here trying to sort of poke and prod. However, Center College are playing a really nice defensive comp right now, really not showing any chinks in the armor for players like Ghoul and Anonymous to take advantage of right now, playing very well behind the Reinhardt shield. So it's just a bit of a poke and prod, and Anonymous in the back being a bit of a nuisance. Chonky goes very low, and that is finally going to be Grande collapsing onto Center College. All it took was the Tracer getting into the back, took a little bit of uncertainty into the setup of Center College. That's all it took, and that is Grande taking point A in their first attempt.
I'd like to also highlight the fact that every one of those first 3 eliminations had the Zenyatta as an assist maker on that fight. That just shows the power of the Discord Orb. Even with 2 main healers, you cannot keep up with that level of damage aggression, and Grande are racing ahead in terms of progress as a result. Keep in mind, Savvy Weapons be holding a very aggressive setup here, attempting to look for a shatter, even as the Amp Matrix comes through.
Yeah, absolutely. And the amplification matrix come through as well from Nolan, trying to allow them to hold these aggressive positions. However, I don't think Zappy was expecting Blakeu to have the shatter up as well. Knocks the Reinhardt flat on their back, and thanks to the consistent damage of Chonky Ghost on this Cassidy, it is going to be cleaned up. And just that little miscalculation in the ult tracking is going to put Grande in a very tough position, kind of back at this, well, I was going to say back at the archway, but it seems like Center College are going to back up as well, give them the space.
Yeah, with Blakeu being taken out, you kind of have to back up because you know Zappy has the shatter. Right? So they're just waiting for their tanks to return.
Ooh, nice shatter block from Zappy there. Just not quite getting that one. However, oh, there's a nice little charge there. Is going to get a bunch of extra space for the University of Grande. Lots of ultimates coming out now, trying to hold their positions here. Of course, if Center College lose this one, they will likely have to give up point B as a result. Blakeu's going to put up another shatter. It's going to take down Nolan. However, all that's going to do is force out the immortality fields from each side. Adama is the first one to go down here. With the photon barrier available, that was a big defensive tool Center College currently do not have access to. and Blakeu tries to charge in, gets taken out as a result. Zappy has the Shatter if they want to use it. However, I'm not sure if Rio Grande need it at the moment. May want to save it for a rainier day. That being said, there are a couple members of Center College that are still around, still fighting, trying to buy time for their teammates to come back. And again, Automa could use the Photon Barrier if they so choose. There's a chance here, but nope, decides to hold on to it for the moment, and Rio Grande will take point B here. 4 minutes on the clock to finish Kings Row.
We're already seeing that adaptation come in that we talked about at the end of map number 1, right? Not overspending, right? University of Rio Grande, I would not have been worried if they used the Shatter in that situation, but understand it, they still have the better setup, the better opportunity to take the point, and keeping this Earth Shatter for this phase of the map shows, you know, that the teams have learned from the chaos that was map number 1.
4 ultimates from Rio Grande. This could be absolutely explosive. The Shatter misses, so does the Pulse Bomb, unfortunately. And the charge from Blakeu is going to take out the main tank of Rio Grande. That is an insane little bit of defensive play there from Center College. All that they used was the Coalescence, and they forced out a couple of ultimates from Rio Grande. You take that any day.
University of Rio Grande, they're playing a pretty aggressive posture despite being down a player. This is definitely a bold setup from them. Center College White willing to call their bluff, but maybe a little too respectful, actually.
Yeah. That one-shot potential from Ghoul, you have to respect it, especially with the Hanzo up on the high ground like this. No one was looking at Ghoul, and that was a quick 2K. The Shatter from Blakeu does get a couple, but again, the follow-up from Center College is simply not there. Reinhardt's friends are falling around him left and right. We do get a 1 trade on the side of Center College. However, it is still very much Rio Grande up front right now as they round the final turn of the map. However, it has given enough time for Center College to get themselves back into this one, and the more we trade, the better it is going to be for Center. They have by far the better spawn advantage here, and that spawn advantage is going to allow them to hold.
Ghoul, I mean, doing their best to keep this one going for their team. Even another trade at the end there.
Yeah.
Ghoul has been an absolute menace on this Hanzo. University of Rio Grande are in a pretty decent position, though, I'd say, in this next fight at the very least, right? Coming up on the Shatter, Ant Matrix as well, and Ghoul has been, you know, singing to the dragons, as it were, with how many eliminations they've got with it. Center College only working with the Coalescence.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and that Coalescence is used very early from Jellymain, so you're going to have to weather a pretty considerable storm here if you're Center College. And Automouse looking for that Pulse Bomb, gets around to the back, but does not see any targets right now. Jellymain is actually going to be the one who goes out first here, and Center College is falling one after the other, and with still about 90 seconds on the clock, Rio Grande finished Kings Row, a very respectable time.
Yeah, that's actually a really healthy time bank for University of Rio Grande, and I mean that last fight, you know, it's very much an evolution from map number 1. That was a fight where in previous rounds, or in the previous map, University of Rio Grande would have had nothing because they overspent in that setup, right? This time around, they have 4 ultimates, and you can kind of just dump them at will, and Center College White, forcing the back foot, have to have nothing to respond to. So, yeah, a lot of credit to University of Rio Grande in the span of 1 map for essentially turning around their fortunes.
Yeah, really great job. I also got to give a quick shout out to Ghoul on the Hanzo. Had some really nice headshots. That one-shot potential is something that you've really got to respect if you're Center College right now, because that one shot, that one headshot can completely change the fortunes of a fight on a dime. And Center College seemed to really be committing to the kind of short-range compositions. The longest range hero we've really seen them play so far is the Cassidy. So they really don't have anyone that's going to be able to directly challenge Ghoul on this on the sort of longer ranges.
It also doesn't help that there's a lot of pressure on the shield. From on Center College White, right? Blakeu doing an admirable job of keeping the shield up, but all good things come to a pass. And at this point, the combination of the Hanzo and the Zenyatta is really playing a number on the front line of Center White.
So here comes Center on their attack, and look at all that shield pressure, already down to about 200 just to get people to the statue. However, a very creative Symmetra teleporter is going to allow Center College to take some really interesting high ground positions. They're going to be going for a bit of a role reversal here, go on the defensive side, force Rio Grande back to the car and to the statue. The question is, what do you do now, right? You've got a Reaper, you've got a Symmetra. There's really no way to kind of poke down at Rio Grande with your current composition. You kind of just have to make the decision eventually to jump down. And now that Ghoul has taken out Jelly Main, now you're in a really tough spot.
Ghoul gets an assist on that one, I'm pretty sure. Or at least an elimination credit. And now it's, I mean, it's a 4v2, but Center College White are kind of stuck up here. Yeah, I mean, if University of Rio, you could see there, Ghoul was looking back to that first point, or to the spawn room. They can absolutely isolate those two players and just not allow them to get into their team. Center College White has to make a decision here. They need to do something.
Yeah, they've just kind of been sitting up here, I think, waiting for their fallen members to get back in, so now they can kind of try and pinch on the University of Rio Grande, but it simply does not work. Two smaller teams is not going to be very effective when it comes to the brawl. Rio Grande do a fantastic job of target prioritization and just mow Center College down one by one. But honestly, I feel like this needed to happen. Now they can fully reset.
Yep, that's exactly the case, right? Only once have we really seen a player fully isolated from their team on King's Row actually find value.
Yeah.
That's from days long past.
So now, Center College, with 2 minutes on the clock, have got to get something going, and they're doing this teleport strategy again, or at least they try to. Instead, the teleporter ends up being a bit of a fake out this time around. And here come all of the ultimates from Rio Grande. They're going to be throwing out 3 ultimates at once, make it a 4th as Kali Massey commits the Transcendence. And that is going to be a pretty quick cleanup. However, Center College really only used the Coalescence there. So 90 seconds left on the clock, sure, but they're in a really solid position for this next one.
Yeah, but this now becomes a must-win fight for them, right? Because of the time bank. So even with that extension, or expenditure of resources there from Rio Grande, you have to think about the grand scheme of the map as well, right? Center College has a complete King's Row. It's not just about this first point.
This is absolutely true. This is simply the first step of many for Center College, and the one ultimate that Rio Grande had, the Torb ultimate from Anonymous, is going to be all they needed. LaFon, that was one ultimate used to 3, and Rio Grande came out on top.
Yeah, the Molten Core just completely nullifies Center College White's push. And I mean, now, you know, we're in very much different, the opposite category. It's just the Death Blossom to be used, and time is not on Center College White's side.
No, it is absolutely not. This is a winner-go-home situation. We do see that Bastion that you were talking about going into this map. Anima's going to be trying to melt down some Rio Grande members, but around the back goes Zappy, knocks everyone down, and Chonky Ghost, though, is going to do a great job, is going to evade the Shatter and do what I believe was probably the life-saving Death Blossom there for Center College White. They are going to take point A, however, it is going to be overtime when they do it. That time is going to be a massive stressor on them for the rest of this attack.
And on top of all that, any fight that University of Rio Grande even extends, right? They don't have to win it. Is disastrous for Center College White. Keep in mind, University of Rio Grande, not only do they have to complete the map, they have to do so with time remaining. So that's one of the reasons why fights being lost by University of Rio Grande is not really meaningful, because it's how they lose them. If they lose them in drawn out situations, this is still a disaster territory for Center College White.
Yeah, Center College White has very little room for error right now, and they cannot take a fight loss. And I think Blakeu's Shatter might have gotten canceled there. I heard the voice line, but I didn't see the Shatter go out. That is a fight loss for Center College. They have 90 seconds left. They are stuck at one of the best defensive spots at King's Row, this archway. It's looking worse and worse for them.
Now you have a minute 20 to complete the second phase. You only get a minute 30 added to the clock, by the way, when you hit the third phase. I mean, at this stage, it's looking like, at best, a draw attempt for Center College White. That's assuming they win this fight here.
Yeah, they do have the tools to do it as long as they can evade the Molten Core for long enough. However, Adama, who was kind of caught out in the middle of no man's land, or does get taken out. Chonky Ghost is going to do the work that needs to be done to make up for the fallen DPS partner, though. Is Center College going to continue to push forward? And they do still have the Transcendence and the artillery shells coming out from Adama, so they're not in the worst situation, but this is still a must-win fight.
I mean, Nolan has been 1v1ing anyone who comes at them. Only now are they taken out. But these staggered kills are pretty disastrous for Center College White. Again, now down to the last 20 seconds. Even if they capture, it's going to be an overtime here. And then a minute 30, which is going to be less than what Rio Grande completed the map with.
All right, can Adama find a quick pick? Is looking for Calming Massey and will find it. Very nicely done, knowing the Zenyatta can't get out of the way fast enough. So this will be Center College making it to the last point of the map. But again, their room for error is basically 0. 90 seconds on the clock.
Flawless from here on out. Again, that staggered fight is not going to be ideal for them. The benefit is that they do have the tools to work with here, and University of Rio Grande seem to be willing to extend their own fate at this stage. Keep in mind, Zappy switches over to a Sigma here.
Yeah.
I mean, setting up for a Shatter is absolutely a very doable thing at this point now. It's a lot easier to hit a Shatter against a Sigma than it was against a Reinhardt.
Yeah, Blakeu sees a lot of juicy targets here, but after losing Chonky Ghost, all of a sudden has got to be a little bit more careful about where you're going to lay it down. 40 seconds left on the clock, potentially time to go for a reset if you get out right now. And that's exactly what Center College are going to be able to do, thanks to Nolan getting a couple of picks there. So 30 seconds left on the clock, but they did push the point almost to the end. This is the fight. They either take this and bring us into a draw or loss situation, or Center College lose it right now.
Margin of error essentially 0. It's go time now for Center College White.
Yeah, Center College White have got to brand up something here. The charge from Blakeu. The Shatter is down. Call Me Massey gets taken out just by the Shatter damage. And that is going to be massive. Call Me Massey had the Transcendence up. Was not able to get it down in time. That pick from the Shatter, I think, was the difference maker there for Center College. They keep themselves in a line to not lose Kings Row. They cannot win because it took them to overtime, but they can keep the score line the way it is if they hold Rio Grande for 90 seconds here.
I mean, now the pressure's on Rio Grande. Keep in mind that the lead is still held by Center College White in this series. Right, so there is that sort of breathing room here for their squad. University of Rio Grande, they were, I mean, in very good position to close this map out, just full stop. At multiple stages on this point, but giving up, you know, the 3 points now means that they only have a minute 31 to attempt to get that third on the objective A to equalize this series. I think that now is where the mental aspect of Overwatch comes into play. How well can you kind of put the scoreline out of your mind and just play for the win here for University of Rio Grande? I think that's what really what we're looking for here.
Absolutely. All right, so 90 seconds for Rio Grande to try and even up the series, or else this will be Center College keeping things the way they are at 1-0. Truly, I mean, we're still fairly early into this series that's already looking to be quite close. However, this feels like a pretty critical situation here from Rio Grande. You've got to even up the series, and it looks like with the amount of time you have, you probably have about 2 chances to do just that. Ghoul on this Hanzo, someone to keep an eye out for, has been landing those one-shot headshots pretty consistently here on Kings Row. Can you do it one more time to open things up for your squad? Ryan swinging at each other, but it's actually Adama who's going to take out Ghoul, maybe trying to do a little bit too much that time. You've lost your Hanzo. With 55 seconds left, you really kind of have to go for a soft reset here. I don't think you can afford any more. However, an Anonymous gets into the back, takes down Karp. There's no more Discord Orb now for Rio Grande, and they're going to try and continue going through for this. Anonymous is doing everything for Rio Grande right now. I put all of the pressure onto Ghoul. Maybe I should have been talking a little bit more about the other DPS player of Rio Grande. Now here comes Ghoul taking out Blakeu, and now Center College is in disarray. They have to try and get in through an amplification matrix. They're going on the fast heroes, trying to touch. The touch will not come. Rio Grande, they even up the series at 1 apiece.
That was just some heroics from Anonymous at the end there on the Tracer play. In a must-win situation, you need someone to step up, especially down a player running out of time.
Yeah.
And Anonymous was that player, right? Anonymous took to center stage and kind of elevated their gameplay for that moment. Not that they've been bad this entire series, they've been quite good, but sometimes you just need to take that extra step and perform, above the expectations, and indeed they did. So a lot of credit to Anonymous as they now equalize the series 1-1.
And that was something that we saw at the very start of Rio Grande's original attack, right? Is right here. This is at the very start of the map. Anonymous getting into the back and sort of pinching in on Center College. They were not prepared for it at the start of the map. They were not prepared for it at the end of the map either. It might be something that if you're a coach for Rio Grande watching this, you're thinking, hey, maybe this is something we can take advantage of going into the future.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of a very impactful fight. I think also fight timing was something to highlight in this particular map specifically. A lot of time where fights extended beyond, I think, their reasonable lifespan because of that sort of over aggression at times. But for University of Rio Grande, to draw back to map number 1, I think that elevation of their gameplay in terms of resource management is also something to kind of highlight as a big boon for them. So now with map number 3 in a moment, I mean, the expectations have been reset on this series. We have two teams that really have elevated themselves to keep this one going at least to a map number 4.
This is a matchup between two really big contenders here in this emergent Southeast division. The second half of this series is going to be very impactful for the division moving forward. Will it be Center College? Will it be Rio Grande moving forward with another win on their resume? Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll find out when we get back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Spring 2023 Overwatch 2 season. My name is Dividing, joined by LaFawn, and if you are just joining us, you are missing a banger of a match so far. We have just seen two extremely close back and forth matches between Center College and the University of Rio Grande. We are currently tied up at 1 apiece, and I don't think we're going to be having any. I don't think these maps are going to be getting any shorter. Let's just say that.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of looking at the history of Center College White, right? They are 4-0, but the way they got to that 4-0 record on the season is sort of strewn with a couple of 5 mappers along the way. So it's not like they've won out flawlessly in sort of their setups. And I mean, even for the University of Rio Grande, right? They are a team that can oftentimes drop a map or two here, right? They're 3-1, but of the 3 they won, one of those games was a 3-1, so eerily similar to what's happening here. And the only time they lost was in 0-3, in one of their match last week, actually. So very much, I think, a case of either team being able to step to the forefront here. This is not a decided match based on one map, as sometimes can be the case. And I think as we head into map number 3, which is going to be Escort, we do know it's going to be Circuit Royale here for this phase of the game. This brings some very interesting questions. And if University of Rio Grande can keep that one going, perhaps for them, Control is just a tough marker to play on.
Yeah, absolutely. They may just want to end things out on push. However, the fact that Center College has opted to go for Circuit Royale is very interesting to me because they have seemed very, very comfortable on the brawl compositions in the first 2 maps. Circuit Royale, obviously, kind of, because it's very open, it has a lot of very long sight lines, it opens itself a lot more to those sort of long-range poke compositions. It's a style of gameplay that we really haven't seen coming out from either team so far.
It makes me wonder, is that a case of just the map decides the composition, right? From these squads, right? We've only played maps that I think favor these brawl styles to this point, or does the composition favor the map? I think we can rule out the latter because of the fact that we're going to Circuit Royale. And maybe this is a case of keep in mind this is Center White selection on this map for Circuit Royale.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a case of them saying, well, we think we have the flexibility to play, a Sigma's composition, considering they did sort of show a Sigma on
yeah, very briefly.
But there is an opportunity, I think, here, perhaps an opportunity to see if you can force your opponent to flex away from something that they're quite strong at.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have been seeing, like I said, a lot of brawl from both teams in the first 2 rounds, and so I think this is a little bit of a gamble here from the side of Center, trying to force Rio Grande on something that's a little different. And actually, I think we do have a couple of swaps on the side of both sides. Actually, I'm seeing some new names. Doo Boo Boo is coming in for Center College. Mad Puppy is coming in as well. I think maybe an off tank or maybe just a Sigma specialist. So this specific map type has caused some change-ups on both sides, at least in the compositions. We'll see how these new players fare coming in kind of cold.
Yeah, this is I believe Theory also stepping in here for the first time.
I thought
Massey was in on the previous map. University of Rio Grande playing what I would describe as the more consistent setup on this map type, right, with the Brig Zen. Sorry, with the BAP Zen. Center College White putting a lot of power to Chalkygo's hands with this pocketed Ash.
Yeah, you can definitely stand up to Ghoul on this Widowmaker when you have a Mercy Pocket at your back. That being said, that is definitely a lot of pressure because Doo Voodoo on this Reaper is not going to be able to do much until the distance is actually closed and actually gets taken out going for the teleport by Anonymous. So this is going to be tough. It's going to be very difficult for this Reaper to be able to get consistent damage when teams are playing at long range so often. We'll see how Center College try to close the distance, but Voodoo goes down for the second time in this first minute of gameplay on Circuit Royale. It's just rough so far.
Keep in mind that University of Rio Grande also has a break glass in case of emergency set up with the Immortality Field. Center College White has no such situation if the fight goes south. That's been a huge problem here for Center College White, even as they kind of brawl their way forward.
However, taking down Theory is actually massive here for the side of Center College. You really only have Zenyatta heals right now for Rio Grande. It's going to be very difficult for you to do anything, or at least be able to sustain a long range in fights. You need to end this quickly, and Ghoul is trying to do just that. It's going to find one. There's a Reaper in the back line. That's exactly what Voodoo needs to do. However, Ghoul is going to get help from Nolan and is going to force the Reaper away. I just feel like this Reaper has not found very much value so far, though as I say that, Voodoo is going to find Nolan. So proven wrong maybe in the moment right there as we get into this fight with 0.2 meters until the end of point A. Can Rio Grande push things over the line? The answer is yes, as they do end up taking point A. 4 minutes on the clock as they start the trek up Circuit Mountain.
A little unfortunate there for University of Rio Grande as they were never at an opportunity to set their tank up for success. They kept losing their supports in that fight, and meant that the Gravitic Flux was not able to be kind of isolated and executed upon. Keep in mind, Center College White don't have an Immortality Field, so if someone goes up and they don't have a damage mitigation utility like the Wraith of the Reaper or the Fade of the Moira, they're going to be taking full damage from it.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes the overclock from Anonymous as they try and halt this Center College momentum right now, and that's exactly what's going to happen. That plus the Gravitic Flux from Mad Puppy is going to be plenty for Rio Grande to stabilize here at the top of the hill. This is now going to be a very difficult situation from Center College, having to close the distance while having plenty of opportunity for Rio Grande to poke down at them.
Yeah, I mean, here I think what Center College are attempting to play for is send the Ashe, or send the Bob rather, into the backline while they use the Gravitic Flux to combo with it. They'll have to be delayed a little bit longer as Ghoul gets a pick off with the Hanzo from far. It's going to be a sort of slowdown here. Rio Grande continue to hold this high ground.
Yeah, Center College is trying to dissect the best way to try and close the distance here. Blakeu trying to get into position to potentially use this Gravitic Flux. Actually, Theory has been caught out of sorts here, out in no man's land, and that's going to be the main healer for Rio Grande out early in this fight. That's going to open things up beautifully for Center College as Jelly Maiden and Blakeu are going to combine to be a deadly combo here. The DPS Moira from Jelly Maiden is absolutely deadly. And this should be Rio Grande taking point B here, unless there is a miraculous back tap. However, that is not going to happen. Center College reports back so far, there was no chance of a recontest.
Yeah, University of Rio Grande forced to kind of reset here. That was all set up by Blakeu, by the way. The tank player, the opening frag onto Theory 3 is so critical because it opens up the Gravitic Flux, right? Without the Immortality Field, you don't have any way to sustain, especially as Transcendence wasn't in play. And then there was enough damage to kind of clean up. Now, it's just a trade. Bob for Trance. Worthwhile setup here for Center College.
Yeah, Bob for Trance for Coalescence. Center College can smell the end of the map. Winning Circuit Royale, a fairly defensive map, with over 2 minutes on the clock, would be an incredibly strong attack if they can push things over the finish line. However, Rio Grande are going to start investing lots of ultimates to make sure that doesn't happen. 3 of them, in fact, they're going to be going in right now. But even so, Center College do a fantastic job of bending but not breaking. They just hide around the corner, wait for the Dragon Strike to pass, and then they go on the attack. Blakeu finds a couple Chonky Ghosts at their side, and a beautiful bit of gameplay there from Center College is going to allow them to finish Circuit Royale with over 2 minutes on the clock.
The impressive thing there is that ever since that pickoff onto the Baptiste on second phase, right, Center College White had full command of this map. They don't
Yeah.
allow the poke setup to come through right there. Yeah, that's that pickoff, the stray pickoff, and then you get into a gravitic flux that catches. I mean, catches too, but the work it realistically is already done. And University of Rio Grande, there is a lot of range pressure here from University of Rio Grande. But Center College White, what they do is they just don't allow them to ever set up in that range. Like, look at the overclock in the third phase, right? It's in melee range, and at that point, you're fighting a Sigma in close. You're not going to have the best of time. Straight up, you just put your composition in the best position to succeed. Is it the most optimal composition? No, I don't think so. But is it effective at the style that Center College White was playing? Yes, absolutely. And sometimes that's what you need, right? You don't need the most optimal composition. As long as the composition you play has a win condition that can be executed upon without, dumping 5 ultimates, you're in a good place. And Center College White give themselves 2 minutes, 18 seconds on a notoriously defender-favored map.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I did have a lot of skepticism on the Reaper pick here on Circuit Royale, but at the end of the day, the results speak for themselves, so I will not question it anymore. Center College is going to go out with pretty much the exact same comp here on the defense this time around. We'll see how Rio Grande decide to try to attack it on the offense. They are going with the same kind of Hanzo Sojourn play, so going with a lot more consistent range potential here. And Blakeu early on is in a lot of trouble here, is forced to back up and cede some space over to Rio Grande as they try and just chase after member of Center College, but they have doing a really good job of just evading pressure and being able to keep themselves from getting picked. And because of that, now once again, bend but don't break. They thought they had Blakeu, they thought they had Dudu. They did not have either of them, and Center College hold at the first corner.
Razor thin margins here for Center College White, though, and if they're operating within them, they're finding success. The second it tips over, though, it would be disastrous. You highlighted the fact that Dudu and Blakeu were on 10 HP at one point. If that flips over, this fight swiftly turns in the opposite direction. For the moment, they're doing all right. The Gravitic Flux comes out early.
Well, quick Gravitic Flux in theory actually goes down before... Okay, the Immortality Field does actually end up coming out, but that's still a massive pick there from the side of Center College. That being said, Anonymous is going to have a nice railgun shot to even things up here for Rio Grande. Things are still kind of in a neutral state right now, but Jellymane with that errant the damage orb finding Ghoul on the Cassidy now, by the way. Ghoul has swapped from the Hanzo to the Cassidy, now onto the Widowmaker, has a little bit of an air of, I don't quite know what to do here, so I'm just going to swap heroes until something works.
This is the fight where I think things are going to start to work, though, for University of Rio Grande, by virtue of just the amount of ultimates they have.
Sure. Yeah, they do have a lot.
One would expect they start with a Gravitic Flux, right? Mad Puppy has that in tow.
You would think so, especially because, I mean, all you really have is the Valkyrie on the other side for defense. There really isn't much that can be done to mitigate all the damage that it could do. Mad Puppy looking for it. Mad Puppy will get it. Will get stunned out of it, though, by Blakeu. Even though Rio Grande, though, they do have more ultimates up their sleeves. Notably, the Coalescence and the Overclock are going to be enough for Rio Grande to get some serious push on this cart.
Yeah, this is the fight that you're almost expected to win because of that. It's a nice little play from Blakeu, but meaningless in the essence of the fight. What it is meaningful in, though, is it's going to cost a lot. Now you can see Center College White walking in. They're in early Gravitic Flux.
Ooh, that was ambitious. That didn't quite end up working out for Dudu there. However, it does put a lot of pressure onto Rio Grande early, and that is going to allow Jellymane, the DPS Moira, come in with the Coalescence and start putting in work, start putting in damage. Mad Puppy cannot finish off Chonky Ghost with the Mercy Pocket, and because of that, Rio Grande are forced back to spawn once again. 30 seconds left on the clock. LaFon, what do they have to do to get this across just the first checkpoint?
I mean, Ghoul needs to come in with a couple of headshots. Anonymous the same. And because you're not winning a sustained battle here against the Valkyrie. That has so much healing output in the current iteration of Mercy.
Yeah, you gotta get something done here. This coalescence from Nolan has to put in work, but Voodoo gets around to the back, takes down Ghoul for being taken down themselves. We are in an even fight right now. But Mad Puppy going down is massive. That's a lot of your sustain. You needed that tank to continue tiptoeing on and off the point to keep that overtime wick burning. One team has a tank, the other does not. And Ghoul is just a little bit too late with the recontest on the Tracer. Center College White called Rio Grande's bluff here with the poke compositions. And it seems like it worked out for him.
Yeah, I mean, what a showcase here by Center College White. A dominant showcase on top of it, right? I think this is one of the things to highlight is that this map evens up the series, not just in, I mean, it gives Center White the scoreline, but it evens up the momentum of the series, because if you, the moment you lose your own map pick, that's where things get a little bit scary, right? And to be able to kind of recover here speaks volumes about sort of the transition of the map, because no matter what happens in map number 4, because you were able to win your map pick here in map number 3, even if you go to map number 5, it's back in your selection, and all of a sudden the through line of the series is still in your hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And Center College, of course, being able to take the first control map of the day will have you feeling pretty confident going into a potential second control map to end off the day. However, that being said, to do so, you still do have to get through a push map here. Yeah. So putting ourselves in the shoes of Rio Grande here, you have to win this one, or, you know, fate of the series is in the balance here. Thinking about a push map pick, you probably don't want to end up in a long-range battle again. So with that in mind, what push map do you think you're leaning towards?
Well, we know it's going to be a 50-50 here, no matter what I pick, because we already saw what the ban is going to be for this one. Esperanza is out of the conversation entirely, so it's between Coliseo and New Queen Street. And I mean, man, this one's tough. I think Coliseo probably works out better for, just based on what we were able to see in the game to this point. I think Coliseo, you can use the Mei a lot more effectively on Coliseo. There's a lot more burst potential available here. New Queen Street, though, I mean, one thing is Anonymous was playing a Tracer, and I think that's where you can kind of get some more open room to work with on New Queen Street compared to Coliseo. But I think if you're kind of going for a win condition, Coliseo is probably the best option you have. Then again, push is a new game mode, right? And aside from Esperanza, which I think plays very differently compared to the other two maps, it's tough to go wrong with either setup here. I think the ban actually plays in favor of both squads. It's not like there's. I think this is now the most even our series has been heading into this fourth map.
Fascinating. Yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting. I think it just comes down to how does Rio Grande want to play, right?
How do they feel about snow?
How do they feel about snow over there?
You know what's really funny? What's really funny about the New Queen Street map? There's a lot of snow on New Queen Street, right?
Yeah.
Toronto doesn't get a lot of snow as a rule. It's fairly temperate considering it's a winter based country or is in a winter country. If you head east like 5 hours and a little bit north, you get a lot more snow. So yeah, just a little aside there.
Well, maybe one day we will get a summer version of New Queen Street. However, we will not be seeing at least in this series. We will be going to Coliseo, as you said. Rio Grande is opting to go with potentially the more brawly of the two.
Yeah, I mean, I think push is one of the few map or modes at this current stage where I don't see any. There is an argument to be made for any real style to be played on any of the maps that we have available to us. It's a fairly limited selection, being 3 maps, but stylistically you can play very similarly across all three. Part of that's, of course, because it's a new game mode, it's not solved yet. And, you know, we talk about solving game modes in the sense that where are expected fights happening? What are expected compositions going to be? And so on and so forth. Really, the only expectation we have on push is that 110 meters on the map as a completion tends to be a pretty decent indicator of the likelihood of victory.
Absolutely. So as we get ready to go into our fourth and potentially final map of the series here, our first series of the day, Rio Grande needs to pull this one out to go to a map 5. And what a storyline this would be, by the way. If we do end up going to map 5, it would be Center College's third map 5 in 5 games. I mean, that is crazy. I mean, that is just a massive test of stamina for this team. How many map 5s can you take? It will be interesting, but we will see if we get there here on Coliseo as we are getting ready to go. Now we do have, interestingly, Nolan from Rio Grande here on tank has been playing the support for this entire series. Is now going to be going in to play, at least as of right now, the Zarya. Fascinating.
Yeah, Call Me Massey returns, by the way, to the roster here. She steps back in on the Moira. Tragically, they pick Zarya into Ramatra. This is not a good matchup. So this first fight is really about mitigating losses more than anything else. Blakeu has full advantage here with the tank head-to-head.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough trying to deal with those shields. And slept up is Nolan, getting under a lot of pressure early. That being said, it's been doing a pretty decent job using those bubbles so far. And it's actually going to be Anonymous getting into the back, taking out the opposing number of Dudu. However, the trade's going back and forth, and I think as this fight goes on, we begin to see exactly what you were saying here, LaFon. The Zarya matchup into the Ramatra is simply just tough. It's just tough. Even when you start to do some damage, all of a sudden, Ramatra swaps to the Nemesis form, gets about 150 extra armor. You just can't quite tear through that, and Center College do take first point. They will get the first significant push onto the spot.
Zarya into Ramatra is as close, I think, in Overwatch 2 as exists a hard favorite matchup, right? It's like, it's one of the few, I don't want to call it a hard counter, but as close as we're getting it in the current tank meta. So the work is definitely cut out for University of Rio Grande to keep Blakeu in check.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. However, a bunch of damage taken from Blakeu. Luckily, the coalescence here from Jellymaid is going to keep them up, and here comes the annihilation into the entirety of the Rio Grande team. They simply melt away in the face of Blakeu. And with 2 fights, Center College have already gotten themselves that checkpoint. They are going to unlock the forward spawns and have themselves an incredible advantage moving forward.
This is a must-fight win, and a cheap win at that, because you need to use very little here for Rio Grande. They have the tools at the very least. Dudu, though, gets nano boosted, teleports to the backline. This is such a risky play.
Slept!
Grab.
Oh my god, slept, grab. There's simply, you put everything into Dudu there, and he just got, I mean, I think it was probably the most telegraphed teleport into Death Blossom ever from the side of Dudu. Actually, Dudu didn't actually have the Death Blossom up yet, so, you know, whatever the plan was there for that one, they would just get into the back, get on the supports. I will say it did force the grab out of Nolan, so
I mean,
I guess in that case it's a 1-for-1.
The thing is, though, you were always going to use the grab in that fight. That was always expected, and they won the fight without using anything else either, so truly a meaningless exchange of resources.
Just kind of funny.
Amusing. Yeah, definitely very funny.
But now this is going to get us back over to center field here. And with now, here comes the Death Blossom from Anonymous, and it is going to find a 3K, make it a 4th with a shotgun from those Hellfire shotguns into Dudubudu's face right there. And that is going to be Center College finally getting a little bit of push control here. Ooh. Okay, Ghoul, I see you. Carp was not expecting that one at all, and that's going to be even more valuable Carp push here for Rio Grande.
Oh no, that's not good though.
Absolutely not. Voodoo Voodoo goes in a little bit too far, and this is going to open the door here for Center College. Unfortunately, I think Rio Grande bit off a little bit more than they could chew there. They got a little bit too confident after that long-range headshot from Ghoul. That is going to be a quick fight win for Center College. They will stop the point progress at about 45 meters for Rio Grande, and they still have 3 ultimates in the bank.
Yeah, the one thing is that University of Rio Grande at least force Center College to fight from the low ground here. So you should have a lot of efficacy with this Graviton Surge as expected to be used. Yeah, and there it is from Nullet in the back.
Yeah, the grab comes in and the Dragon Strike on top of it in a combo as old as Overwatch itself almost. And it does find one for the side of Rio Grande, and Ghoul, ooh, was in a little bit of danger there, but a nice little headshot in the Jelly Main is going to take out that DPS Moira. Rio Grande get push control once again, but notably Center College didn't use any ultimates in that fight.
Yeah, it's a good reaction. Once you get multiple people caught in a grab, to not overspend, right? A big thing that teams kind of do is panic when they find themselves losing players. On push, that's not a great thing to do. This, however, is going to be a deadly setup. With that uncontested pickup from Ghoul, Center College White still have to contest the point, and they're not going to be able to do so now that Blake is eliminated. University of Rio Grande in prime position to at least equalize the lead here.
Yeah, this is actually looking really good for Rio Grande very quickly here. They haven't been able, Center College hasn't been able to get a full 5v5 fight in a little bit here, as now we are within 20 meters of equalizing. However, it is a full row of check marks right now for Center College to try and even things up here, try and get things back in their favor, and here come the ultimate. Center College are going to drop as much as possible in this one to try and make sure that the bleeding stops here, try and make sure they keep the lead. And while the fight goes on up here, notably, the push bot has been kidnapped. It's back towards the center of the map right now, and Rio Grande have no idea. And now that they do know, they were in disarray. Oh man, it's a tough situation there when you just get the kidnap the push bot right there. But again, Ghoul with these headshots has just been actually doing so much work.
You need to get this bot to center. You cannot allow it to be to keep the forward spawn here for University of Rio Grande. Center College White, you need to just get to the... No, they don't let it... Oh, that's disastrous, actually. Because it means now that you're not going to get that full reset to contest again, right? Even if Center College White win this fight, which is not a guarantee...
Oh my goodness. The grab into the Death Blossom from Rio Grande. They are continuing to lay the hurt on the Center College. Voodoo into the back, though, is going to find a couple. Carp, with a little bit of dancing there, is actually going to find the res onto Blakeu, which is massive. And now you have that Nemesis form up. You're going to be able to take out Theory. That res might have saved the lead there for Center College.
Here's where that lack of setting the bot at center actually comes back to haunt Center College White. Now, this second fight, rather than happening at the forward checkpoint, is going to happen here at the sort of archway setup for that Center College White is sort of just attempting to get to now. Delayed pick onto Anonymous helps a lot, actually.
Yeah.
But it's certainly not an ideal setup for Center College White.
Yeah, absolutely not. They still need to get one more good fight win here to try and really cement themselves back in the lead as they start getting a little more push progress in once again. The Dragon Strike, though, comes in from Ghoul, is going to pick off the DPS from Center College, and even though the tanks and supports all use their ultimates here, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough here for Center College. They get about 3 or so extra meters, which isn't nothing, but it is not going to be enough here. And uh-oh, Jelly Main cut out in no man's land here. Finally taken out from Ghoul.
That is a very delayed fight from Center College White. They actually invested heavily into a fight they lost.
They did.
And now University of Rio Grande in prime position to steal this map away.
Yeah, 2 minutes left on the clock, though. They've got to make their move soon. Voodoo in the back, though, with it. Oh, the headshot from Ghoul! Oh my gosh, Voodoo was not able to get the Death Blossom off. It could have been massive if they did. but unfortunately, instead, all that Dudu does is go back to spawn in that one, and that is going to open things up here for Rio Grande to potentially take the lead right now if they can keep themselves from getting any pickoffs right now. Delamain is being a nuisance in the back right now. Oh, Chonky Ghost, though, with the Deadeye, is going to find Theory, who had the Kitsune Rush available. You're down to support. You're down to support ultimate. Now you're in a little bit of trouble. Anonymous is going to try and make up the difference here, but we have a bit of a trade fight going on right now, which at this point in the map does favor slightly the side of Center College, and that is going to be Center College just barely hanging on to the lead with 50 seconds to go.
That pickoff onto the Kiriko could be absolutely game-winning here for Center College White. The forward spawns still are unlocked for University of Rio Grande. They still have the tools to make this one go. Expect the Kitsune Rush coming in here in a moment.
Rio Grande, of course, feel the pressure of the entire match right now. If they can't get those extra 12 meters right here, right now, that is it for this series. So they're going to dump everything that they can into this one to try and make sure that they can do just that right here, right now for Rio Grande. Trying to just mitigate as much as possible here. Chonky Ghost is purpled up, taken it down, and this is going to be a fight win here for Rio Grande. However, they are not out of the woods yet.
There is still going to be at least one more contested fight. But there is some overtime spawns here, and Jellyman goes down so late. They're not going to be available here for this contest. They need to go in as a, 3 players realistically.
Yeah. You do have the Death
Oh,
Blossom
no.
here. Oh no, Ghoul taking out Carp. The Hanzo is absolutely massive, and Dudu tries to go in for a Death Blossom. Cannot get it off in time before the headshots come in. The Death Blossom from Anonymous comes in and says, "This is how it's done." And Rio Grande, in the waning moments of Coliseo, are going to get the meterage necessary to send us to a map 5.
That is an unbelievable performance there from University of Rio Grande in the end moments. A clutch performance across the board from University of Rio Grande, right? That was a truly a tragedy, if anything, for Center College White, because they had every tool they needed to close that one out, but unable to reset at critical moments to gain a 5v5 fight. And a lot of credit to Ghoul for getting early pickoffs. Has been, I think, one of the highlights of this map. But in the end, University of Rio Grande, when required, just did not allow their opposition to reset, to allow them to keep taking equivalent fights.
I'll tell you what, if I'm a member of Center College White, I am thinking about this map when I go to bed tonight. I'm thinking, how did we let this one go? Look at it. Right now, we are at 90 meters to 9 in the replay. And Center College, that it was just eaten into little after little after little. They could not close the door on this one. They let Rio Grande hang around. And in the last moments of the map, they end up losing out on it. That is just, that really, I think you summed it up quite well. It was a tragedy for the side of Center College. That being said, the fact that they did manage to win map 3 does mean that they are in a pretty solid position, being able to choose the control map for map 5. The fact that they won the control map in map 1, as long as you take a deep breath and recenter yourself, Center College should be in a pretty good position here anyways.
Well, with that being said, we'll all take a moment to center ourselves ahead of Game 5 and return the culmination of our first series of the night.
We've got some heart-pounding action on our hands to start off the night here in the NECC. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Dividing. I am joined by LaFon, and if you are just joining us, you are about to witness a Map 5 showdown between Center College White and the University of Rio Grande. LaFon, this has been a back and forth series all the way through, and it's finally going to come to a head here.
And we have to dial in specifically on the last map because it feeds directly into this one for one particular reason. That should have been a map won by Center College White that ended this series and moved us on. A combination of fight wins that were well played mechanically by Rio Grande, but also a couple of moments where Center College White lost sight of their win conditions and overstayed their welcome in maps, put them in a place where realistically they shouldn't have been. And the reason I bring that up is because it draws into this one. How strong is your mental game that allows you to reset to come back into a map where the advantage is once again yours? Map picks on your side. You won control before. And on top of that, you are the team with the better record in the series or in the season. So with that being said, it's at this point, it's three positives for Center College to two negatives. Can they get out of their own heads to play this game?
Well, I will tell you, history does say that they will be able to do so because this is the third Map 5 series that they have had in 5 games, and the other 2 Map 5s they've had have been victories for Center College. I don't know if you want to call yourselves like a master of a Map 5. I don't think that's a kind of team that you necessarily want to be. However, having that experience in this kind of situation is undeniably valuable when you find yourselves in Map 5s over and over and over again. I have faith, just based on that, the Center College is going to be able to get themselves ready for what will be the decisive Nepal map. We start ourselves off on Village here. We're going to be going back to the same matchup we saw at the very start of the map. It's a Reinhardt on one side and a Ramatra on the other.
Of course, we know how that first map played out, but on this first phase of Village, the May is so strong on the objective. And a lot of area denial with the Symmetra as well, so we're gonna have to expect Center College to take first control of this map, and they set up early.
Yeah, just because they have that Reinhardt, it's going to allow them to have a lot of different point presence, thanks, of course, to Blakeu. And that May wall is going to be huge as well. It's actually going to force the entirety of Rio Grande off the point, and that is going to be first point control taken by Center College. So now they can sort of back off, tiptoe around. It really is up to Rio Grande to be the aggressors here because, I mean, as long as you just keep on poking from one side, Center College is perfectly fine with that. They'll just keep getting more and more percentage points up here. Now the pressure starts to come in on Rio Grande. They say, we got to make a move. And that's when we see Anonymous come around to one side. And that is going to be a pretty quick amplification matrix from Nolan, a similarly quick Coalescence from Jellymane. So it is going to be Jellymane who comes out on top in that one. And in one fight here, LaFon, we are already up to 40% for the side of Center College.
Man, I think even you can see how much zone control this composition Center College White is running has. Even with 2 missed walls, they still have full control of the objective. And now, I mean, here's where things start to go from bad to worse for University of Rio Grande. They have to attack into this point control composition when it has ultimates coming online. The Blizzard, of course, and we've seen how deadly the Shatter can be on top of it all. So this makes it a must-win fight for University of Rio Grande because time's on their side. If they don't win this one, they're in final fight territory.
Yeah, they've got to figure out something here. Ghoul is going to be someone you have your eye on right now with that overclock available. An early Blizzard committed here from the Chonky Ghost, but largely it seems like Rio Grande are going to be able to get out of the way of it, sort of strafe out of the way, and that is going to allow Anonymous to get around to the back and find 2. Carp and Automa are no more, and adding in the overclock on top of that, Rio Grande are going to win this fight. They're going to take their first point control, but it is going to require a perfect defense from them now with 95% for Center College.
It's a good job by Anonymous to get into the back line there, uncontested. But as you highlighted, I mean, Rio Grande, not much to their name. Annihilation, that's literally it, in fact. Perhaps they get the Ant Matrix at the stage. Even still, I mean, I expect to see Center College White teleport to the point, and even if the Annihilation comes in, just hit the Shatter down and block them from really finding value.
Yeah, that is exactly what we see. That is an incredible prediction from LaFon right there. He spoke it into existence. Teleports onto the point. The Annihilation gets absolutely nothing thanks to the Shatter, and there is no one able to get on the point in time. Center College White look in complete control of Nepal, positioning themselves with just one map to go to finish out this series.
And this is not a map point that I think favors Rio Grande either. So much room for the Reinhardt to work when you get to Sanctum, our second stage of this map. But we'll see. Center College White, again, the pressure is now no longer on them. They only have to win one round. University of Rio Grande, they do have to be flawless at this stage.
Yep. Once again, Rio Grande in a situation where they cannot make any mistakes. However, they have been in this situation before. Chonky Ghost, though, interesting. It's going to bring out the first Junkrat of the series right now. That spam damage might give fits to the members of Rio Grande. That being said, they do have some fairly agile DPS themselves in a Hanzo and a Tracer, so we'll see how much those grenades are going to be able to find early on. What it has done is give Center College really nice point presence early on in the series. Once again, Center College, before the fight's really even gotten off, they do get first point control. But that's when Ghoul says, yeah, I don't want this to go on anymore. That's 2 headshots from the Hanzo. What Ghoul has been doing all day long is going to give Rio Grande the advantage that they need to eventually flip this one back over. However, there are a couple members of Center College that are just being nuisances. The Moira pocketing Blake who keeps that Ramashra alive for, I think, longer than they probably should have been. But with about 23%, Rio Grande do flip the point back.
You know, Center College White now doesn't have consistent damage on their side from both DPS, right? If Chonky Ghost gets a lot of damage through, then, you know, the burst is incredible, but you're not going to be seeing that every, you know, couple of seconds. So that gives so much more freedom, I think, to Ghoul especially, who has been a difference maker in this series. As we're on board the Tracer, looking for a flank, perhaps a pulse bomb stick.
Yeah, no one knows the Tracer's in the back right now, and Zappy has actually gotten a pick onto the tank. I don't think the Pulse Bomb's even necessary anymore, especially with the Annihilation committed from Zappy. So, yeah, Center College realized very quickly that this is not a winnable fight. They will throw themselves off the map and reset for the next one.
It's a good quick reset here for Center College White. It gives them at least 2 more fights on this map. But University of Rio Grande in pretty strong position here. Obviously, we've seen what Ghoul can do with the Dragon Strike, and with everyone rotating through high ground here. Yeah, this is a free one to open up with.
Yeah, but doesn't quite come in just yet. Instead, Jellymane is going to be opening things up with the Coalescence. Going to open things up. Yeah, and there is Blakeu with the Annihilation. Very quick fight win there for Center College. They take point back, but they have some time to make up.
Still, they prevent that final fight territory, so even if they lose a fight, they will at least get one more to go. And I mean, Center College White, a little bit restrained with their resource management there. Change of pace, of course, from the previous map.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, and now that you do have control of the point, being a little more conservative is never a bad thing here. Carp is able to get the Immortality Field down in time before the Pulse Bomb is able to take down that Baptiste. However, that Immortality Field is going to be huge. The fact that it is no longer around to save any of the members of Center College that are currently going down one after the other. So, Rio Grande take the point back, 70% and counting. Center College probably have one more good shot here before we end up at a decisive Sanctum round. They want to end this here. What do they have to do?
I mean, that's why it was critical that they took that previous fight, right? Because they now do get that full situation here. And University of Rio Grande, they don't have anything. You're going to see the annihilation towards the latter stages of this engagement. But Chonky Ghost is going to open up with a Riptire. It's going to at least force out the Immortality Field. And that just buys time for Carp to get to the point with the Ant Matrix.
Yeah, going all the way around, taking the long way, takes out the Immortality Field, but while that happened, Anonymous got into the back and found the vulnerable Chonky Ghost. So, no more Junkrat in this fight. Center College fighting as hard as they can to keep themselves in this one, and looking like they are coming out ahead. So 99% for Rio Grande. They have the Annihilation online to potentially take us to a round 3. Center College, though, can end this right now with one more fight win.
I mean, the Annihilation is going to be on the point. They didn't spend that, obviously, as the tank player was eliminated. Still, it's going to be very difficult to find value with it. Keep in mind, all these turrets on the point are going to slow down the Ramatra here. Blakeu could easily build up to one of their own to mirror out.
Yeah, absolutely. So, here is the touch. Here is the annihilation from Zappy. You gotta keep that Ramatra alive right now. Zappy has just a sliver of health, is doing a lot of damage, but cannot die. And actually, it's going to be Blakeu who gets the annihilation on the other side, finishes off the opposing number, and Center College, the map 5 Warlords, keep the streak going. It's going to be a 5-0 with 3 map victories for Center College this season. They have been fighting, and they are still undefeated.
Blakeu, the hero at the very end there, dancing around the annihilation of the opponent, and then coming in clutch with one of their own. Tremendous performance here by Center White. And I mean, this is a testament to their mental fortitude as well. Coming into this one, you have to highlight the fact that a bit of a miss on Coliseo, a map that should have been theirs to earn.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, they're able to come back swinging here on map 5 without a step lost at all. They'll take the 3-2 for the victory here, and a tremendous performance on their way to that flawless run and the 5-0 on the season so far.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic job overall from both squads, by the way. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of highlights from both teams. I think everyone on the field today had their time to shine, which is really what we wanted to see from these squads. These are two very solid teams in the Southeast, Emergence Division. And this is, I would imagine, I wouldn't be shocked if we saw this matchup come up again come playoffs time.
Oh, for sure, right? And I mean, you know, to dial in on Rio Grande for a second, Ghoul was a legend on this roster at multiple times. The Hanzo, very, very effective and, you know, a difference maker at times. I mean, even Coliseo, you know, we talked about that just a moment ago, but a huge part of why Rio Grande was able to take advantage of the missteps from Center College was because Ghoul was so effective on the Hanzo, right? Those long-range pickoffs and then being such a threat in close quarters on top of it all. So, yeah, very, very effective of a player. But in the end, again, you have to highlight the teamwork and the consistency of Center College White to not be really in a position of worry, you know, at that stage when easily a lot of teams crumble under that pressure.
Yeah, it's really tough, especially because, you know, it's really difficult to get frustrated in that kind of position with the Hanzo just getting those headshots and just ruining your plans all the time. It is just a constant puzzle for the side of Center College to try and mitigate that as much as possible with their compositions that are largely very close range, to be able to close that distance and be able to keep yourselves in an advantageous position. And at the end of the day, Center College managed to solve the puzzle just in time to keep their undefeated streak alive. So, LaFawn, this has been a barn burner of a match, but we have got a lot more to get to tonight. So any final thoughts before we send out to the second game of the day?
I mean, what more to say beyond the fact that there's some more exciting Overwatch coming right after this?
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Overwatch 2 Spring 2023 season. My name is Dividing, joined once again by LaFon from the southeast to the Pacific frontier. We are staying in the Emergence Division for our second game of the day. It is going to be CMU Gold versus the University of Montana Glacier. Two teams that are really looking to establish themselves in this division as we cross the halfway mark.
Yeah, I mean, for CMU Gold, right, it's certainly an uphill battle for them as they are currently sitting at 0-4 on the season. Meanwhile, I mean, for University of Montana Glacier, it's about consistency here. 2-2, they're at that 500 mark. They want to keep moving. I think they want to obviously want to win a couple of games, but just stay in the hunt a lot of the time here for them. So this game, I think, is about setting expectations for CMU Gold, hunting for that first win, right? You really do want to try and perform as best you can to try and shut down your opposition. For the University of Montana, a lot of this is about just making sure consistency is the name of the game, not giving up fights that are not losing fights that you should be expected to win, not overspending. I think again that mantra of consistency kind of comes back to play here. Not overspending ultimates and just being overall the team that is expected to win, perform as that team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there is a lot of pressure here, especially because, I mean, we are only at the halfway mark of the season, but going 0-4 to start the season is tough. You're already sort of in danger of being one of those teams that doesn't end up making the postseason, so you've got to get a couple of wins on the board and quick, because time is going to slip through your fingers before you can even... before you know it. I mean, you might think there's still plenty of time left, but these weeks will go by quickly. I will mention, though, for the side of Montana Glacier, I'm looking at their division right now, and I notice that there are 3 teams in that division that are currently undefeated. Barton Esports, Concordia Blue, and Grays Harbor Chokers. So I think there's a little bit of pressure as a team that's kind of in the middle to be able to kind of establish yourselves as a team that can compete with the level that those 3 teams have been able to put forward so far.
Let's take a look where we're going to for our first map of the day, though, or for the first map of this series. And wow, surprise Lijiang Tower to great fanfare.
No, I would never have guessed.
But I mean, to your point about being sort of a team that is in the middle of the pack here, something that NECC we've seen seasons prior is that teams in the middle, come playoff time, are a real threat as long as they take sort of this mid-season setup to really cement their idea, their style in matches that are meaningful but not must win, right? And so I think here, if you're University of Montana Glacier especially, it's a case of just play your game. Make sure you iron out the mistakes against a team you're expected to beat. So I think this is sort of the preparation for that next stage, as you highlighted. Even though there's 3 undefeated teams, we've seen it before, they kind of get a little overconfident, and that can punish them in the playoffs. So for University of Montana Glacier, one step at a time, and that first step is this first map.
Absolutely. As we start off on Lijiang Gardens here, both squads are going to be rolling out with the Reinhardt-based brawl compositions. That being said, there are some little permutations here. Montana Glacier are going to use a Symmetra teleporter to get set up on the point early, and they're going to have some Symmetra turrets as well to make getting into the point very difficult for the side of CMU. So they have more consistent damage with the Cassidy, but they're having a lot of trouble approaching, and Larkspur is not going to be able to approach at all. A really nice job from Montana Glacier to use that speed boost to aggress onto the opposing Reinhardt. They will take first point control.
2 things this permutation allows them to have, and one is getting to the point first, which gives you natural cover. You're not really worried about taking spam damage. The other is that the Symmetra actually has better shield break, and on top of that, keeps you at a high energy and reloads your weapon. So you're just essentially getting free value on the Symmetra in this head-to-head setup.
Yeah, it's working out incredibly well for them to start off, and as we get a little bit of a different setup here from CMU Gold, going for the white room this time around. Larkspur is running low on shield very quickly, is now out of shield, and is taking a whole bunch of damage right now. Slow Sloth trying to get into the back, but it is simply too little too late. The entirety of Montana Glacier, thanks of course to a shatter from Jimmy Carter, is going to just pounce on CMU Gold and keep point control.
And I mean, how are you as a Reinhardt really supposed to manage your shield when Shalom is essentially rewarded for spamming damage at your
Right.
shield, right? It's a tough place to be. Now, this is an interesting fight for CMU Gold. They do have the Kitsune Rush, and they're going to have the sound barrier to layer it. I don't know. Voyager's off the map, actually.
Voyager had the beat, too. That is absolutely massive from Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter just layering in the kill feed right now. Kill after kill after kill. Another very quick fight win for Montana Glacier. Yeah, just a nice little charge there, followed by the boot from Bowserhauser. I mean, this is Montana Glacier in full control of this brawl comp.
Nice little teleport here. Actually, is there going to be a back shatter?
I think they thought about it, but instead they do have to contend with this Kitsune Rush coming out from Stubby Crane. CMU Gold decide now is the time, but there is a 4-man shatter from Jimmy Carter is going to completely stall the progress.
Touch the point! Touch the point!
They are making progress, but they do not get there in time. They were chasing after the remaining members of Montana Glacier for just a little bit too long.
Fitting that it's on Lijiang Tower Garden, because that is a good old-fashioned free-range organic C9. And for those of you,
my compliments to the chef.
For those of you that remember old school Overwatch lore, you'll remember that way back in Apex, C9 made themselves infamous, forevermore in Overwatch history on this very map.
Well, we will see if CMU are going to continue channeling potentially their C9 ancestors here. As we head onto Control Center now, we do see a little bit of a change here as Slow Sloth is going to opt for the Junkrat here. I do like the Junkrat pick on this particular map. You do have a lot of walls for those grenades to bounce on, makes them very unpredictable and very easy to potentially find a stray kill here. That being said, once again, Montana Glacier do a great job of taking advantage of the Symmetra teleporter to get first point control here. It really is up to CMU Gold to try and aggress on top of them, but they don't really seem to be interested in doing that right now. They're fine with just staying on this high ground and poking in with the Cassidy, with the Junkrat, but something's got to be done sooner rather than later, and instead, they just end up falling off one by one. LaFawn, I just feel like they had to make some kind of aggressive move there. They just kind of stayed up on the high ground, and now they're in no man's land.
I think. Oh yeah, it's good. The Larkspur actually just resets here. You need to get back into the thick of things, and isolating yourself for too long ends up being a problem. But yeah, I mean, for CMU Gold, it's about decision making. You need to actually effect change on the map and force your opposition to make mistakes. Right now, University of Montana Glacier are allowed to play as aggressively as they'd like because there's nothing really stopping them from doing so. Once again, Ravka on the flank finds elimination onto counterpoint Cassidy.
Oh, and the shatter comes down from Jimmy Carter, just walks through the shield of Larkspur to lay that one down, and my good, Montana Glacier are just, I mean, I can't mince words here. They are dominating this brawl matchup right now.
And it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. You're going to see a coalescence come through here from Solmac in a moment. And that's even if you get through the choke point.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. They are going to fall back, allow CMU Gold to have that space necessary to at least put something together. They do have the Nano Boost ready already, and to pair that with potentially a Riptire or a Shatter, there is a lot of opportunity for CMU Gold to take this one, but they just need to make a decision. You can't just hang around in the choke and let Larkspur's shield go to waste. There is finally the Nano onto Larkspur. It's swinging away, but the beat comes in from one side, makes it very, very difficult. There is the Riptire from Slow Sloth, finds two. CMU Gold get their first point control of the map, but it took 4 ults to do it.
That is a very expensive fight for CMU Gold. Still, you look for positives where you can find them. That's the first point percentage CMU Gold has generated this match. Now, they need to survive Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter.
Shatter.
Oh,
nice pin. Nice pin.
Yeah, fantastically done from Larkspur. I thought they were just kind of letting Jimmy Carter get on past them, but a nice little fake out there from the side of Larkspur is going to give CMU Gold some much-needed stability here, especially because Montana Glacier put in several ults of their own in
Yeah,
that
I
game.
actually think Stubby Crane canceled the Earth Shatter from Jimmy
Oh.
Carter. The Sleep Dart comes in ahead of the ultimate landing and denies that one. So good gameplay there by CMU Gold's support line. Still, this is going to be a tough fight. You've got the photon barrier, so good at denying damage. That's going to mitigate Slow Sloth and Sneaky Little Dan both.
This is tough because now you see a little bit of the weaker part of the Symmetra composition. When you don't have active point control and you can't get those turrets set up, it's a little more difficult to get value out of that Symmetra pick, and that is, you know, Schlum is pretty fragile when you have to play on the attack. It's taken out very early. Larkspur and Slow Sloth not looking very slow out there now. CMU Gold continue to hold here, and they are now at 75%. They are now in one-fight territory.
Excellent recovery here from CMU Gold. I mean, the pressure, just the confidence to use that there is the Earth Shadow, that is tremendous. And now they have a ton of tools, actually. Nano Boost, Riptire's going to be here in a moment. You can see Slow Sloth eyeing out the opportunity.
It does force out the beat, though, and yeah, Bowser Hauser is going to take out the Riptire there. So it did get a lot of really good attention, but attention is all it is, and Montana Glacier are going to take the opportunity to just flood onto the point there. And that is going to be a very... I mean, I blinked in that fight, and it was over right there. Montana Glacier take the first map. While CMU Gold did show some much-needed life in round 2, it does seem like Montana Glacier has the edge when it comes to these brawl matchups.
Oh, absolutely. I think you have to give a lot of credit to Montana Glacier's aggression, if nothing else, right? There is very little slowing down from them still. I mean, CMU Gold, they nowhere to be found on round number 1.
Yeah.
Frankly, just, you know, you cannot mince words at times, and sometimes a team does not perform to expectations. They did it in round number 1. What really impressed me, though, is on round number 2, the fact they were able to come back, and it looked like it was going to be a repeat of the first round. Instead, they're able to kind of identify moments where they're perhaps not executing with the level of efficacy they want, and being able to come back and actually win the fight down resources is impressive. So this is not a foregone conclusion of a series yet. CMU Gold very much have an opportunity to bring level with University of Montana.
I think CMU Gold just needed to win that first fight, you know? I think when it came... Before they had won that first fight, they were playing like they were unsure of themselves. They didn't really know what their plan was going into a fight. Once they kind of got their legs beneath them with that first fight win, they looked a lot more confident. And sometimes confidence is all you need to win a game of Overwatch.
Yeah, now that is going to have to lead into the second map, though, because as much as we've elevated CMU's Gold's play in that second round, it did not net them a win yet. In fact, University of Montana Glacier still has the lead, and a fairly commanding one at that. So as we head into Hybrid next for our second map, we're looking for
And welcome back, everybody, to what could be the last map of our second series of the evening. My name is Abiding, joined by LaFawn, and our first two maps of this series have seen University of Montana Glacier having pretty convincing advantages over CMU Gold when it comes to the brawl-based composition. So, when we are thinking about our third map of Rialto, LaFawn, what do you think that says about CMU's plan going into what could be the last map if they lose this one?
Well, a couple of things come to mind first. One is we don't see this map a lot, right? It's a fair, I mean, it's fairly new to Overwatch 2 just in general. I believe coming back in season 2, if I'm not mistaken. But beyond that, it's a map that has a lot of flexibility, right? You can run Brawl. You can run sort of poke compositions as well. I think this is a map where dive can even work. There is, if anything, Rialto gives us an opportunity to see what the true identity of these teams are, because you played your comforts here more than anything else. And so I think this gives us a sense of what these teams truly mean. Because if you look at the first map, Lijiang Tower, right? There's, I think, fairly expected ways to play on that map. Same for King's Row. And now we get to see them flex their compositional muscles and identify what they really enjoy playing.
Absolutely. So, we will see exactly what that is. Both these teams here. Once again, CMU Gold have to win this Rialto match to keep this one going. Montana Glacier can smell the victory in their grasp here if they just have to take care of business here on the CMU map pick. Now, I will say CMU are setting up for a pretty staunch defense here with a lot of different potential off angles. Slow Sloth and Sneaky Dan are going to have a lot of opportunities to just rain down damage from above on the Bastion and Ash.
The one thing to note, though, is that Larkspur is somewhat ancillary to this fight. Not really going to be in the thick of things, because you expect to see University of Montana jump to the high ground here and isolate the DPS. So a lot of pressure being put on the shoulders here of the damage dealers.
That's exactly what you see right there. It's going to be a quick little jump up from Jimmy Carter that forces the entirety of CMU Gold away. Look at how much space they have just ceded to Montana right there, as they basically force them all off the high ground. It's basically all up to Larkspur here to just try and keep Montana Glacier contained in this first corner, but the dive has come in. However, Sequel Dan with a nice little shot onto Schlum is going to take that Tracer out of the fight, takes a lot of the bite out of that dive, and so this will be CMU Gold holding, at least for the moment.
It's a good delay tactic here from CMU Gold, right? Allow University of Montana to aggress into the back line and where they're far away from their supports, and then have Larkspur kind of play gatekeeper. We're going to see Schlem make a switch, by the way, off the Tracer onto the Reaper.
Yeah, a lot more consistent frontline damage. I think you're trying to get a little bit more pressure on the Larkspur with this. You can't really do as much diving with the Reaper, but I guess you still can with the Ray form going in, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing so far. But Schlum is immediately in a lot of trouble, but not before Ravka manages to pick off Voyager. The support line of CMU Gold is no more. The dive is successful, and so are the University of Montana Glacier squad. LaFawn, the entire time that fight was going on, the cart was not moving.
That's a little unfortunate, too, because you can see Jimmy Carter attempting to spawn camp here, but instead is going to have to turn tail sheepishly, as the payload is only now getting around the halfway point of this first stage.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the bubble extended already, so the Earth Shatter free and clear.
Yeah, absolutely. Larkspur could pretty much let this go whenever, but needs to do something quick, because Ravka, as the Dragon Blade up, is boosted up by the Mercy and manages to find two before getting taken out. And again, I think this is going to just go towards a trend we've seen, LaFawn, of CMU Gold just being a little bit indecisive and it costing them. I think they had the tools to be able to come out ahead in that fight. They just were too slow in using them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little unfortunate, too, because it was Ravka versus the world for a large part of that. Even against the Valkyrie, still able to get 2 kills with the Dragon Blade. Tremendous stuff. That's a
Jimmy Carter
completely,
and a
yeah, it's a little unfortunate of a ultimate there from Bastion. They do at least get Bowser Hauser, so University of Montana Glacier can be delayed as a result.
They will be delayed. However, they're getting a lot of really good point push right now. They're going to try and get it under that all-important archway here on Rialto. But down their mercy, it is going to be very difficult, especially once CMU Gold have decided to push forward. And, oh, that's a nice little stagger there. Get Jimmy Carter out of that mech and keep that baby diva like that. That's going to make Montana a lot more difficult, at least for the moment. Jimmy Carter now back into there, and you gotta cross that ever dangerous Rialto Bridge. It's so difficult to get across that without getting picked off, especially with Sneaky Dan up here on the Ash doing so much damage, but now is a little bit no man's land, forced out of that high ground positioning, and while that has happened, Slow Slop and Voyager are gone. So a nice little play there from Montana Glacier, forcing CMU off of the high ground, forcing them to cede their main source of power in this point B hold. And now Montana Glacier are primed to take point B.
That's another fight where CMU Gold have so many tools to work with and end up using none of them. They're just going to give the second phase away for free. This is going to allow University of Montana Glacier just to get back into the fight with ultimates of their own now.
Deja vu, Bob goes in to try and contest, is simply too late. CMU Gold just has to be quicker on the draw. They have to be more decisive, or else Montana Glacier are going to make the decision for you. Ravka with a 2K to clean things up. Overcommitment, sure, but it looked cool.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, at this rate, with CMU Gold just being so unwilling to walk in with ultimate usage, it almost doesn't matter that they're overspending ultimates, right? Because they're back so quickly. And even ahead of CMU Gold's own usage, we need to see this Earth Shatter be used. We need to see this Nano Boost brought to play.
Yeah,
the map is vanishing from CMU Gold.
Yeah, they have to get something done. They have to get some form of stability, but Larkspur goes down before you can get the Nano Boost, before you can lay down the Earth Shatter. Voyager is forced to use that Valkyrie very desperately, but you end up losing the defense with the Earth Shatter and the Nano Boost still on the board for CMU Gold. You never want to see that.
And I mean, for a lot of our viewers, this is going to be the first time they see Rialto. Let me harken back to old school Overwatch once more. I mean, 2 minutes is basically an eternity on this map to complete the third phase. You know, you usually see it captured in overtime, if at all. And, I mean, University of Montana Glacier well set up now for their defensive half.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for CMU Gold, especially because they seem to be playing indecisively yet again. They've had these moments of brilliance where they've been able to put things together, where they've been able to be decisive in their fight planning, but that defense was unfortunately the least decisive we have seen them throughout this entire series so far. It's tough. It's tough. I hate seeing it because we see these moments from CMU where you're like, okay, this is a solid team that can play on the level of Montana Glacier, but it just seems like they get in their own way, LaFon.
Yeah, I mean, on the flip side, you have to give a lot of credit to University of Montana Glacier, though, right? It's one thing for those openings to exist. It's another entirely to exploit them.
This is true.
And Jimmy Carter, I mean, the charge has been led by this tank player. They've made an incredible showing of it, right?
Absolutely. So now we see some long-range DPS come up from CMU Gold. Dan, I don't think is going to stick on that Widowmaker, but with the Reaper Genji from the side of Montana Glacier, going for some long-range heroes does give some really nice poke opportunity for CMU. They do have opportunities to get plenty of pickoffs before Montana Glacier have any chance to close the distance. That's exactly what happens to Schlum right there, picked off by Sneaky Lil Dan, and that is going to give CMU the opportunity to push forward here on point A.
It's interesting to see that University of Montana Glacier are playing Jimmy Carter less as a tank, like a main tank, as they currently would be in Overwatch 2. More as an off tank, if anything.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. You kind of bubble up the Reaper and have the
Yeah.
Reaper play main tank while charging you up, and it actually works out really well for Jimmy Carter. Already 70% of the way to a grab, is charged up quite well, and is really a force here on this front line. However, Larkspur has enough of Solmac just pushing and shooting on that Lucio, says, get back to spawn with the rest of your friends. And that, without that speed boost to be able to disengage, CMU are in a little bit of a tough situation right now. They have to back up very quickly here to get out of the way of the amplification matrix of Stubby Crane. However, now it's gone away. The grab is here from Jimmy Carter. You're going to let it fly. You find the Baptiste, you get the Immortality Field out, and here comes the Dragon Blade. Ravka looking for targets, finds one. And while it is just the one this time around, it looks like that will be enough, especially with the beat at your backs. Montana Glacier continue this hold on point A. Time continues to wick off the clock for CMU.
The one thing we actually have to critique, though, from University of Montana Glacier is that was way too expensive a fight, right? You should not need to use 4 ultimates in an engagement you're winning. And CMU Gold have a path back into this map, actually, as a result. Set up an aggressive tempo with the sound barrier. You know University of Montana Glacier has nothing, and then follow up with an Earth Shatter to clean up the stragglers. And CMU Gold have a definite path now, so University of Montana Glacier have to find a way to slow down CMU Gold on this approach as a result.
The best opportunity for CMU Gold on this attack. They need to put it together right here. They push forward slowly but steadily right now. And the Fire Strike from Larkspur takes down Schlum, and that's the go button. The beat is out from Voyager. There's the Shatter. It finds quite a few members of Montana Glacier. That plus the overclock from Slow Sloth is going to clean things up for CMU Gold. They do take the first point and get a much needed time extension.
And on top of that, the other benefit is that they still have the Bob and the amplification matrix coming into play here in this next setup. Keep in mind, University of Montana Glacier, with these changes, Bob's lethality rather becomes a lot more ever present. This is not a meaningless ultimate anymore. They'll have to reset temporarily with Larkspur being eliminated, but an opportunity here exists to set the Bob in the backline as you duel the divers when they come in to fight.
Absolutely, and you know what? Stubby Crane decides we're not going to back up any further. Here is the amplification matrix, and I think you were trying to set up a Bob shooting through the amp matrix there, but Montana Glacier smartly goes, we don't want any of that. They're just going to back away, let those 2 ultimates fade out for CMU Gold, and that is going to make things a lot more difficult. Now you have no ultimates. Montana Glacier have a nano-boosted Jimmy Carter in the back line, wreaking havoc along with Ravka. And one by one, CMU Gold fall. This is going to be a decisive fight win for Montana Glacier with 2:20 on the clock.
And they generate the Dragon Blade on and Riptire off the back of that. And on top of that, get Jimmy Carter ever closer to the Primal Rage. Keep in mind, they just switched to the Winston moments ago. The power of a nano boost prevalent quite heavily there. Now, I mean, for University of Montana, it's about draining the objective timer, right? And they're going to get a pretty uncontested fight here. CMU Gold, their best hope in this engagement is try and force University of Montana to overspend.
Yeah, absolutely. But that means you can't get a 2K on the Riptire like Schlum just did. Now Ravka has absolutely no pressure to use the Dragon Blade here. You know that with a 3v5, you've got this one in the bag. That is exactly what you want to see if you're Montana Glacier, but exactly what you didn't want to see if you were CMU Gold. Not only was it a cheap fight from Montana Glacier, but it was so fast that CMU Gold really didn't have any chance to build up to any of their own ultimates.
I mean, it's also a weird little study in contrast, because it was a quick fight in the sense that University of Montana Glacier got a lot of eliminations, but it was a long fight in the sense that it took a long while to happen, right? Because the staggers were so late on the respawn. So it's doubly troubling for CMU Gold. No ultimates generated, and a lot of their own time wasted.
Yeah, now only a minute on the clock. This might be CMU Gold's last chance here. However, with an early pick onto Schlum, things are looking pretty good to start off, but you do have several ultimates from Montana Glacier if you want to use them. Ravka goes down, though. That Dragon Blade could have been the win condition for Montana Glacier. They do not get it, And Jimmy Carter decides to use the Primal Rage. The question is it too little too late at this point? You're down members. You're mostly just trying to buy time, seeing if you can get Ravka back to try and get that Dragon Blade online, but I don't think it's going to happen. Ravka is here, but Ravka does not have any friends at this point. You are just going to save that Dragon Blade for another fight. We take point C, but with only a minute 45 on the clock, CMU is already a minute under Montana Glacier's finishing time.
And you have to expect that there's going to be some level of combo coming from University of Montana Glacier here. I mean, Ravka's already been such a phenom with the Dragon Blade. Couple it with the damage of the Nano Boost, and you have to expect a fight win is right there. But I mean, University of Montana only have to realistically win 2 fights on this phase.
Nano Blade from Ravka finds a quick 2-piece, looking for more. The Junkrat does not go down by Ravka, but did a lot of the damage on that one. The Nano Blade was all Montana Glacier needed to stop CMU Gold in their tracks. A minute on the clock here for CMU Gold to finish this map and keep this series going.
On the bright side, CMU Gold, 1 fight, really all they require to push this payload through, and they have a ton of resources to just brute force their way in. You just see this Slow Sloth get a big Riptire here. And ahead of Schlund, they need to get this one up right now.
Exactly what they do. Slow Sloth looking for an opening, finds Bowser Hauser. That is pretty massive. And actually, Solak going down as well. That is 2 people down, both supports down for Montana Glacier. They need to get out. They need to reset quickly if they want a chance at holding here on the defense. That's exactly what they do. Nice job from Montana Glacier, understanding that they are not in a good situation, going back for the reset.
That's a good early window here from Stubby Crane.
Ooh, Riptire, though, could be a winning one. Finds Voyager, who had the Kitsune Rush available. That might be the winning Riptire for Montana Glacier. And indeed it is, as Solmac cleans up CMU Gold with the Coalescence. Montana Glacier take care of business against CMU Gold and secure the 3-0 victory.
And that'll move them above 500 on the season, a 3-2 record at the midway point of the season here. CMU Gold, a well-fought effort, no doubt about it. But at the very, very tail end of things, when push came to shove, was University of Montana Glacier on top. What a tremendous performance. I have to highlight specifically Jimmy Carter, though. The tank player for University of Montana, because without them, this is an entirely different look. They dominated performance all the way throughout, and assisted in large part, of course, by their team. And yet, to be able to play at that edge, at that tempo, all the way throughout, even as your opponent plays to counter you, incredibly respectable and a massive part of this team's success.
Very well done from them, and I do also have to give a pretty solid shout out to CMU Gold. When I was looking at this matchup, I saw the 0-4 on the record, and you know, you thought, okay, what kind of team are we going to get here? And what I saw from CMU Gold, while we did have plenty of criticisms of their indecisiveness at times, this is a team that absolutely is hungry to have that first win. They're not a team to be underestimated. When they are able to put things together, they are actually very strong. And I think moving forward, all the other teams in this division, this is not a team to underestimate. If you assume that this is going to be a free victory, you might be finding yourself on the wrong end of an upset.
Yeah, and I mean, even the fact that it's a 3-0 doesn't tell the story of the game, right? This is a team with a lot of rough edges, absolutely. I think the scoreline tells that much, but it's rough edges that can and should be sanded down in time. This is not a unfixable situation for CMU Gold by any means. And, you know, whenever we talk about a team that gets shut out 3-0, there's always a conversation that has to be asked. Is there anything here that can be improved upon with minimal effort? It's not, do you have to rebuild everything to kind of get to a functioning state? And I don't think that's the case for CMU Gold. I think there is very real, very tangible, very minimal things that can be done that brings this team into contention with even the teams that have beaten them to this point.
I 100% agree. I think we saw flashes of that throughout this series, and I really hope that we see this team continue to practice, continue to refine their skills. If they do that, I'm pretty confident that they will find at least one win at some point in this season. However, we don't see it today. Instead, it is Montana Glacier who find themselves at 3-2. They keep themselves at pace with at least the middle of the pack and potentially push themselves a little bit above that as well. Hopefully, we get to see more from this squad as the second half of the season continues. But, LaFawn, unfortunately, that does take us to the end of our time together. There is one more game on the day, but it will be with a new set of casters. So, anything you want to say before we sign off here?
I mean, we're seeing the tremendous growth and performance of players within the NECC once more, right? Don't be surprised when the playoffs come around and the team comes up to upset teams. This is going to be a very interesting couple of final weeks to watch through, and I wouldn't be shocked if there are some heroes born from hitherto unknown locations.
Thank you so much to everyone for watching so far into the stream. I've been Dividing, joined by LaFawn. Our production today has been done by Hippie on the controls and Alati doing some fantastic observing. Thank you all so much for watching. There is still one more game on this channel that's going to happen, I believe, at 10. It's going to be at 10 o'clock, but until then, go on over to the main NECC channel. There's another game going on there over there right now, and then come right back here at 10 for the last game of the night. Until then, though, that's all for us. Have a good night.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the third and final match of what's been an entertaining Thursday NECC Overwatch stream so far. Alt Charge have to be joined by Tugboat for this one. It's going to be a rockin' matchup. Two teams coming in with 2-2 records. Tug, this is like as close as we can get on paper. So what are you looking forward to see from this match?
What am I looking forward to see is one of these teams pushing on to a positive record overall right now, batting that even 500 as of right now. And hey, we just had 3-0 and a 3-2 already on the day, so who knows what is in store for us, Old Charge.
Who knows? I mean, this one could go all the way down to the wire. Should be a great game on paper. I mean, it's just written to be a great game, but we all know things could get different once you get out there on the battlefield. So getting into our first lineup of their first of three, let's go ahead and take a look at the CESU Black side.
Absolutely, absolutely. That is Smokey the May, Avarice, Tesla, Ace Says Hi, and Grim. Got a mostly an older squad right here, an experienced squad if you'll excuse it. My bad. Psychology senior, a geology senior, psychobiology junior, as well as a history junior there, and Ace Says Hi. Grim, not quite sure right now. Not quite sure, but hey, college is about discovering yourself, Old Charge.
Yeah, and that's a great roster of returners, too, that have a ton of playoff experience with this UC Davis as well. We can really keep our eye on Smokey the May. She is a playmaker on tank, so that's going to be really exciting to watch. But hopping over to now take a look at the CESU side. I'll rattle these off here. Starting with the damage dealers, I'm going to read these out of order, but starting with the damage dealers, we've got Xenox and Phi. Then tanking for the team is going to be Knave, and then Sinner and Sock are going to be our supports. The backline trying to keep this CESU team alive. And Tug, where are we going for map number 1?
We are going over to Nepal. I gotta say, it's Sinner! Like with an exclamation point on the end. This is not a statement, not a boring period at the end right there, no punctuation at all. But Nepal, yes, Nepal up front. And first, little control action to start this one off, as is tradition.
And control, such a great test of kind of feeling out your opponent, right? Because you've got essentially 3 points that can be very different from each other. I know on Nepal, this point in particular, Sanctum, is drastically different from Shrine and Village. So I think both of these teams are going to have a chance to show off their strengths and figure out their opponent a little bit, as this series really, we could see control again. This could go to map 5.
It literally could. 2-2 right now, as I said, both with even records. One of them going to be dropping on down, having a losing record on the season. One of them going to be having a winning record on the season. We're going to talk about these lineups as they are coming out. Of course, they can change in the next 20 seconds, but so far, I think I'm liking a little bit more so what I see on the side of the CESU Black squad. The super divey, super kick heavy top.
Yeah, I mean, it works very well together. Phi's going to be trying to deal all the precision damage, and if anything's out of position, that's where Naze can kind of capitalize and hop right on it. I think for the side of UC Davis, running a poke comp around Nepal, it kind of has that horseshoe area around the point. The point's kind of like a kill zone. If they can utilize that well, I like their comp, but right now I think just to start, CESU, mobility just plays in high-ranked Overwatch.
Yes, it does, and especially right now, especially post all of these tank changes. Now, move on into Sanctum, might see a little bit something different, but as of right, I kind of like more standard action on this one. Be really looking forward. And as far as mascots, I think this is the Bulls for the CESU Black Squad, and I think this is the Cows here for the EAUCD, that is University of California at Davis. So the Battle of the Bovine here, coming up here, Old Charge. Anybody knows any different as far as the mascots?
This one should have had a banner for it. I mean, Battle of the Bovine, Battle of the Cattle. This one is just meant to be a good match. And this wasn't even supposed to be our scheduled third match. We actually had a schedule change, and we were blessed that this match was just hanging around both of these teams with even records. This is what we want to see to wrap up the night.
Yeah, don't worry about it, guys. We will get it moving in just a minute.
Just got a min-max on cow puns all night
I'm
to
with it,
close
dude.
out
I'm with
the
it.
stream. Oh man, we're gonna end this one like around maybe past 11 p.m. Eastern time, and I'm just gonna go to bed thinking about cows.
Let's hope. Big shout out to our production staff, because on that note, I would love that, right? I'd love that. Because some of our production staff is wiring all the way in from across the Pacific Ocean, or across the Atlantic Ocean, excuse me, all the way over there from EU. Big shout out on the day. That is Hippie, and that is Lottie coming on in and making our jobs as casters just so much easier without our production staff. We are two just crazy guys screaming out about esports in our rooms without them, so we really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, and we'd be spectating one person the whole time too, like just not following the action as well to build the stories that we need to. So especially for a game like this, you'll have to have a goated production team right behind the screen pushing all the buttons, making this one click.
Absolutely. Make it click. They will. Gonna go ahead and we're gonna go to a very short break while this game gets set up. Apparently I have something wrong on my stream as well. So guys, give us just a short little break. We'll be right back with you in just a second. Yep.
All right, the carnage has already commenced, jumping right out of the break, back into the action. Tugboat, talk a little bit about predictions. Who do you have in this one?
You know, we did get confirmed here. I do believe UCD is the Aggies right here. So still, I don't think that's gonna break our. I don't think that's gonna break our bovine puns here. No sense in not being silly with it. That's gonna be EA UCD Blue taking it first, and you know what? I'm gonna take the easy one. I'm gonna take EA UCD Blue. For no other reason, they took point first.
I love the UC Davis squad. I mean, they've got a tried and true roster. CESU Black, though, I think they're the hungrier team. They're a little bit newer to the higher ranks of NECC, and I know that they want to make their name. This is a battle to get into the top 4 as regular season starts to close. And CESU Black, right now, they switch over the point into control of UCD, but not a bad first hold.
Bad first hold at all. I really like this up close and personal gameplay. Xenox, Nave, getting exactly where they're going constantly. Nice pin. Is that an abandoned pin?
I'm not sure, but looks like they're still able to capitalize on the damage. Reinhardt, with the new pin cooldown on 6 seconds, the mobility on just this mobile, almost natural cover, this pillar of strength that your team has, Smokey seems to be everywhere. This team is almost functioning like a dive.
Speaking of, there's the shatter. Kitsune rush at the end, and this California Davis is going to be fighting back at this one, trying to get a little bit. Oh, the teleport there at the very last second. Xenox actually pulling that one out and being able to get all the way back on the outside. And UCD, University of California Davis, has pulled this one out and is holding strong for now.
Holding strong, got Overclock coming online pretty soon here for Grim, as well as the Riptire. CESU, and they've got to respond well with this Death Blossom and make sure that Sinner's sound barrier counts.
Center is going to be on that one here soon. Smokey the May, she's doing a fantastic job of always holding in this front line. Got damage on that Lucio at the end, but not enough for the pin. Now, zoning damage out here is just going to be a little bit harder for that player to get on out.
Grim comes alive there, will another kill, make it 2 more as the Overclock gets committed, and they're able to gun down Nave. 75% and counting for UCD, and it is clicking right now, Tug.
80% right now is California Davis. That's actually a little bit more than Smokey may have wanted. A lot of ultimates getting popped right here. Xander's got the sound barrier on the other side.
Just not able to stay safe. You can see with the speed boost and the coalescence, they were trying to do all in their power, now committing the Riptire, but it gets kunai down by Sock, and here CESU has to make a play. 3 seconds to touch the point. They get there in the nick of time.
Nasty flank right here. That's going to be 2 Socks, a huge source of healing down for the CESU squad. Back and forth, tank down as well.
And the flip comes through. University of Calgary holding this one with just around 25%. They've got a Death Blossom, Kitsune Rush, and the Primal Rage to use as some resources in order for them to hold this, but they've got a long time ahead of them. UC Davis, though, luckily for Calgary, UC Davis does not have the best of alt economies.
Yeah, this is also an incredibly bursty squad here for the California Davis. Between the Reinhardt swings, Junkrat Mines and the Sojourn as well. This is a huge pick composition. They will just get to a death ball roll. They're able to let this one get going. 99 to 50 right now. This is Davis kind of giving up a lot of points. Just kind of not willing to go into this one. Not sure if they're trying to find a pick first or what.
Yeah, CESU Black says we don't have to commit on to this one. Finally, they do pop the Kitsune Rush, and Xenox trying to TP backline gets sought out by Ace. I mean, now CESU Black has to get this done without the Reaper. They had the Death Blossom. You want that back. It's coming out of spawn. Maeve, in the meantime, buys some time for CESU by Primal Raging what he can from UCD. They commit the Sound Barrier. Tesla comes in with the Coalescence. They've got Grimm's ultimate if they need it. But here's the Blossom at the buzzer. 99% and ticking down, but it finds no kills.
That's so close. Smokey May barely gets out until Sinner's got something to say about it. 26% just for a tie right now. And now just waiting in the wings right here. This tire should be enough to take this out. No, that's going to be onto the Winston. So there will be a little bit of a stall action here on the backside. Smoking the May has got to get involved here.
Oh, this is just really desperate stuff. We're seeing CESU Black finally fall, and UCD take round 1 here on Sanctum.
Yeah, a lot of this came off the back of Xenox till it didn't, if you understand what I'm saying. The Junkrat burst play, burst damage, and everything else coming out from UCD was just a little bit too much to have a squad that's really going to be susceptible to really good flanking Reaper play. Reaper's always best when they're on the flank, and a lot of that value was just negated in the second half of this first map.
Yeah, I think that one really came down at the end to where Xenox got picked early on with the Death Blossom, headed into the final fight, and then had to come back with this play here. Smokey the Maid did a great job shielding that one off.
Yeah, that was just perfect positioning with that Reinhardt shield throughout. No Sanctum on this second one, if we see the Calgary Aggies. Left side take this, tie it on up on the Nepal, and we will get a little Sanctum action. I think we all like that.
And I do like CESU Black running the May here along with the Reinhardt too. I think that wall just really fortifies what your Reinhardt is able to do. Maybe trap a couple members of UCD. Sock early with the kunai headshots down Ace, and that's a big advantage for CESU Black.
Yeah, that headshot bonus is going to hurt. Back will be this huge source of damage for University of California Davis. That's every Calgary member on point right now. This is just a little bit of a zoning and a little bit of ult shards they're trying to get on the side of blue until their team gets fully back into this one. 10% already going for Calgary.
And it's always so weird on this point in particular to poke and prod around the objective once a team has those sim turrets set up. Also, Smokey getting walled off here. Really uncomfortable. Falls down to 60 HP. Can't live through it. Fi opens this one up with a kill onto the UCD main tank. And this fight is about to spill open. CESU Black smell blood in the water, and they go for it.
Yeah, so now I'm going to have a couple of abilities online for Calgary. Naval have that shatter here soon. And this is just going to be a Rhine battle for at least a little bit of the middle part of this map. Taking up here is Calgary. Really looking at this Kitsune Rush next. Blizzard will be up as well.
And we can see that UCD did swap over to the May. They put Ace on that hero. It just makes such a big difference, especially on this map where the two openings to the objective are the exact size of a May wall. You have that in your comp from the get and the other team doesn't. It's almost a guaranteed victory in a Reinhardt comp matchup. And now Smokey's coming in backline on the opposite side of the May wall, lays down the slam. Sinner no longer for this world. Xenox goes as well. And although Smokey gets pinned, it should be easy cleanup here for the UCD squad.
Yeah, so neither of these maps going to go down to 100 to zeros. Last was 175, maybe 74 if my memory serves. That's exactly where this Calgary Aggies squad leaves their first possession in this control point. Big rotation here for the California Davis squad, and this just makes sense. I love what Grimm has been doing on the cast so far, especially with the Ace counter pick, you know, the little May on May action.
Yeah, Grimm has to have a big performance here on Cassidy, too. Not able to hold the high ground, though. Big opening coming up for CESU Black.
That's a very courageous play there from Nave, and it works.
Blizzard gets thrown in here. That was just buffed. A little harder to counterplay now, and it's awfully effective. Avarice, she has to pop the sound barrier, but it's not enough to keep UCD alive, and one by one they fall. In control of the objective flips back to CESU Black.
Nicely done. Now the entire car wash set up inside. Need sparkling clean. Fia's got you, folks. Nave will have that shatter here soon. Again, I'm really looking at this Grim High Noon, though. Ace says High is going to have their ultimate up here soon as well. Nothing really speaking except for the Tesla Coalescence when we're talking about support ultimates.
Yeah, UCD has a great chance here. They open it up just by making a very awkward exchange for CESU Black to have to take, but they are effective in it. Xenox is able to find the first kill onto Avarice. Blizzard gets thrown in here by Ace and zones off the objective, but that's not where the fight is. Ace has the point all to themselves, and they get the flip, but just how long can this last?
You mentioned it earlier, those May walls the exact size of these entrances to point right here, and it kind of looks like that May, Ace says High, just kind of had like their own little igloo one side point for a minute. You know, red wall up on the right side, blue wall up on the left.
That was pretty cool. They just made a little room for themselves and
Yeah, right.
just kind of jammed out by themselves, flipped the point back too, and they still hold it. But now, next fight's underway. Fi opens it up with the May or the Symmetra wall. That supports the team well through a lot of damage. Nave is able to collect a kill onto Smokey the May. They get another one there onto Ace Says High, and this should be CESU Black getting the flip, and now overtime starts to burn. There's going to be no contest, and we are all tied up, headed into point 3.
There you go. If we're talking about differences, of which there are not many people, this was the Calgary squad taking this 100-66, whereas the University of California Davis took it 100-74, if my memory serves here. That is just a tiny little percentage points, which means, of course, I got nothing prediction-wise coming into map number 3, coming into the Sanctum, other than I sincerely hope, as a Lucio main, we get a lot of environmental kills, man.
Yeah, I mean, those are always the absolute best, and this is a fantastic point for him, but Tug, this one has just been really close so far. Both of those rounds, like you said, flipped almost equally, and I think the main difference on the second map there was just CESU Black having that May to lead off the round.
It kind of snowballed, if you'll forgive it, into a huge advantage for that squad. Because I'd have to agree with you afterwards. It was just like a bit of a slow burn, to give you guys an opposite. It led from an advantage. Taking it on to this map. Not Sanctum. We just saw Sanctum. What am I talking about?
Yeah, this one, we got Shrine here, and another little bit of a difference in the comps here. Symmetra on one side, May on the other. We'll see if Xenox can provide as much value with the wall as they did in the previous point. They fall down to 1 HP there. UCD get the point as CESU had to backpedal fast.
Yeah, so Xenox gets like super low. There's no May wall available for a little while, and that was just swinging for the fences right here and trying to see if either side can get a little bit of an edge on each other. Nave to Smokey the May. Smokey getting mega low right there, but opting to come back from it. Here's the Kitsune Rush.
That is such a fast rush there from Sock. That was a great play, and that is going to firmly get the point into CESU control. Maybe not, though. Grim steps up into play and is able to railgun down Nave. Now it's actually anyone's game. Sock's Kitsune Rush, even though it was such a great imbalance of resources, might not be enough here.
Wow, this is a May wall that almost actually got destroyed. Not something you see every day. Center, sound barrier. Now that's after the sound barrier. I was wondering what was going to happen.
Oh.
Big shatter.
Love that. That's stun 3. Smokey and Avarice with their back on the ground get sent back to spawn. And UCD, they put up such a good fight. Let's not forget the Kitsune Rush was used incredibly early, but UCD, they hung out. They kept holding that point for 35 more seconds. That was a fantastic job holding it first.
Yeah, speaking of, the only Kitsune Rush available on this board right now is going to be Sock, and they're going to be at 75% all the way to it here. Old charge, insane stuff. Blizzard on board for the Calgary squad. Got that overclock and that shatter here soon for the University of California Davis.
Shatter gets committed there by Smokey, and then Xenox softball throws a Blizzard out, and it's a little bit effective here. We've got a 3 versus 2, still favoring CESU Black as they continue to hold this point. And all it's going to take this time around is just one ultimate. This fight much shorter than the last. Grim says, I'll take a chill pill off the side of the map.
There you go. Long walk, short period situation there for Grim. Don't want to feed, though, so that just makes sense. They just used their slide, and everybody else of their friends had fallen onto point. This is crucial ult charge type situation, so just makes sense. I don't want to give up any of that.
No. Going into this next fight, Kitsune Rush versus the Coalescence. Nave does have a Shatter, which he charged incredibly fast up last fight. Could get away with a sneaky one here, battering Smokey the May, and in the pin,
Wow.
there's no way you can block that one. Nave landed onto 4.
Wow.
What a huge connection.
Yeah, Calgary has not won this map definitively from that, but they've just put forward a huge step. Nice pin at the end, Nave. Oh my goodness.
Man, that
Watch
was
this one again.
that
That is everything.
fun
That
one.
is everything for Nave.
It really was everything. The Shatter up front comboed with the Rush, and then the pin prediction was just icing on the cake.
Yeah, definitely a clip there for Nave. If you're a friend of this Calgary Aggies squad, might want to Twitch clip that one. Here comes a Symmetra wall. Last real shot for University of California Davis.
Yeah, the buzzer's about to sound here. If UCD doesn't flip this one back, that's a good way to lead off the fight. They've got a really wonky comp, but it seems like it's caught CESU completely off guard. They've got the opening pick, and they're pushing them all the way back to the spawn choke.
Wow, yeah, so this is exactly what the Davis squad wanted. Smoking the May set up right here. The switch onto the Reinhardt, or switch from the Reinhardt onto the Winston. Exactly what the doctor ordered here. Avarice going to have that sound barrier here soon. Tesla not far behind with that Coalescence.
I would love to take a look at Grimm's POV here on UCD to see if they're going to teleport him somewhere incredibly sneaky and make the play mid-fight. Xenox leads it off with a kill onto Avarice. That's the most valuable kill you can get. That's the sound barrier for UCD no longer in this fight.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be back and forth, and we are granted with it. This is still actually a fight right here. Avarice coming back. As this comes down, nobody on the other side. They're going to have to use it themselves. Avarice actually gets this one down. A wing and a prayer here as Tesla falls.
Tesla does go down, Avarice falling as well. That could be the button here. And it looks like with that, CESU is going to be able to hold on and win on Nepal.
Wow, Nave actually finishes this one out. 100 to 94, by the way. About as close as it gets. Nave finishes this one out. A 15-player kill streak here, folks. It was Nave's day. We were just lucky to have spent a few minutes in it.
Yeah, I mean, Nave made a show there. That locked down round 3. And, of course, play of the game goes to the king himself.
To the victor, go the spoils. This was kind of a bold charge there from Smokey the May as well. That I like to kind of get out there. You kind of maybe not like fully assumed or fully known, you know, that Shatter had been had from Nave, that they hadn't tossed it quite yet or that they even gotten it quite yet. But it's one of those things you kind of reasonably like expect, not 100% sure, but you know, when they line up like that, it's an easy decision about pressing Q.
Yeah, the previous fight before that, Nave did a great job charging up that Shatter fast. Might have caught Smokey a little off guard with it. Maybe surprised him with that Shatter. They might have felt safe in the pin, but you're absolutely right. That pin was what led that Shatter to be so effective for Nave.
This was definitely the play of the game there for the first one. The attempt from Xenox, and that's almost everything. I gotta say, Ace Says High's not playing Junkrat. They have something else, and they try almost any other ability besides that concussive grenade. That would have not been enough to get that Reaper away. At least Reaper and whatever DPS would have been down there would have fallen, and that would have been that team fight, which ultimately would have maybe decided this match a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this one was really close, and even though we kind of let off this one with saying that Nepal is one of those maps where you can get a lot of comp diversity, we didn't get too much. It was on Reinhardt the entire time for both teams. That leaves me scratching my head as to what team might be stronger, because it was a pretty even control map. But if you're UC Davis, you get to pick the next map. You get to go to Hybrid. What are you thinking, Tugboat?
It's Kings Row. We just assume that it's Kings Row until it's not Kings Row, right? This is called Scrims Row for a reason. Tried and true since Overwatch, since day one right here. Lots of variety, like geographically especially, and a lot of high ground right here. There's a lot of different compositions can be used here. We'll see how this goes, and it's kind of beautiful to like watch the story of Kings Row, right? And how it has changed and how different metas have just completely conquered this map. Of course it's Kings Row. Of course it's Kings Row. That's in the script here, people. We got it. Old in Charge and I have it in front of us. Don't let them lie to you.
It's kind of like the ultimate Overwatch card. When you play Reinhardt when both teams just commit to Ryan comps on map 1, all 3 points of control and it's close, you just want to head to Kings Row, Scrims Row, and continue the slugfest.
Yeah, would not be surprised. And speaking of Reinhardt's, I think it's all but a guarantee You will see Knave and Smokey the May getting this one going on that first point right there, just swinging for the fences. Now, Reinhardt isn't like a 100% all the way through this map, of course, but at least the first little bit, I think it's a strong contender here, Berkeley.
Yeah, and kind of just harkening back to what else supports the Reinhardt comps, we saw a little bit of a difference between one team using a Kiriko, one team sticking with a Moira, and then both teams kind of flip-flopping which one was playing Mei at any given time. I wonder if we're going to have that same sort of thing, or if we just get mirrors right from the get. And it looks like that is a possibility here, but Sock is still going to be on the Kiriko, and Tesla is still going to be playing Moira.
I'll tell you what makes my soul sing, because I feel like it's on fire, just a beautiful fountain of creativity, is that there's nothing but Lucio's. You know, Lucio's been present at every single one. Got like 1,000 hours in the character myself, and every meta where Lucio is viable, or even required, I would say, is just a good one. I don't think you can quantifiably argue against that.
Hands down, most fun hero in Overwatch. Most fun hero to have
Yes.
on your team, too, just because the way speed boosts makes your gameplay feel. It's just so much fun.
Really is. Really is. Good luck observing it, though, folks. Good luck observing production.
Gotta be happening fast.
Oh, yeah, right. Cal Davis on the backside. Grim going to be taking the Sureforce spot up top, I'm sure. Try and find a couple picks. If this doesn't work, once they observe this big old Reinhardt shield, chances are Grim will go away from this. Excuse me, Sock first. Chrome to the dome right there, and that's going to be two big picks, actually. Tank, support, healer, all down, or tank, support, and damage all down. That is quite an offensive run to start this one off.
Yeah, and that is why we see so many teams run the Widowmaker, like you said, up in the Sureforce spot, that crow's nest on top of attacking spawn. It doesn't always hit, nice pin, but when it does, when you connect with that Widowmaker opening pick, you take first point, first fight, guaranteed. It just happens so fast, the floodgates open.
That they have. Davis just straight up farming. Ultimate charge out here on point number 1. Speaking of ultimate charge and farming thereof, Knave, my goodness, 65, but Smoking the May is really what we should be turning our attention to. That's such an early shatter, and probably a fantastic one. There's no way they could have done that she'd had it.
No way at all, and it stunned 4 to 5 members, but Smokey gets a little too aggressive there. They're caught out for it. Of course, this is all kind of distant on the payload that is relatively guaranteed, but still, CESU Black, they respond very well to that surprise.
I mean, it comes back to the ultimate charge question, right? Davis gets nothing, nada, zilch, a nice whiff, and some good experience playing Overwatch off of that shatter, unfortunately. Knave still has theirs, and not that Smokey the May isn't going to get hers back in, what, 60 seconds or so that we've been playing. Ooh, Xenox as well, so kind of punishing the mispositions here.
Yeah, that's something I was not expecting to see right there. Grim was popping shots. You know there's a Widowmaker up in that window. That's some of the most important damage that you're always trying to pay attention to, but somehow it still caught Xenox out, and look at the aggression here from UC Davis all the way up to the end of second point.
Yeah. This herd is, what do herds do? They migrate. This herd is migrating. I don't know. We're shameless here at the NECC, by the way. 421 on the board right here. Is this headed up front? There's both DPS ultimates early. The Blizzard coming out, and that's still Xenox getting clocked right in the head, dude.
That was a point-blank shot from the long-range Overwatch hero. That is always flashy when Grim's able to hit something up close. Point-blank, the precision was there.
Oh,
Desperation
no.
shattered here from Knave. It finds one kill, but I don't know if the defense has the legs for this one. They might actually still be in it. Knave is still up front swinging. Wow.
I am unsure. I could have sworn we saw Smoking the May getting the charge up and into Knave. Next thing I know, Knave is smashing another Reinhardt against the wall. Avarice falls. Looks like defense is hold strong for right now.
Yeah, Knave just flipped that fight on its head with the shatter, just seizing control of the game back for CESU Black. And 3.5 minutes, still a ton of time for UCD to work with, and they've got some ultimates for this upcoming fight. Shatter and Sound Barrier.
So you both begin with S's for a reason. We'll be singing poetry here in just a second, because this point on this map is about one of the hardest to get. Smoking the May just gotta, just gotta be really cool hands. Luke with this nice charge.
I love it too. The May wall behind the charge to get that damage confirmed quick. That is efficient stuff. That is why UC Davis picked King's Row, is because they're a well-oiled machine on the Rhine and May. I know this is kind of a tale of a couple mirror compositions for the most part, at least the key parts of them, but UCD, they're really comboing the May wall with the Reinhardt
there it is.
well.
Shenanigans confirmed, folks. Shenanigans confirmed. Fill up the shenanigans in chat. Silliness everywhere. Smokey the May absolutely goated. Again, with the coordination from HSI, but still. Speaking of, we got Blizzard on board, we got Sound Barrier on board, we got Coalescence on board. Is it Christmas?
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of gifts that they can send CESU Black's way, and the first one is the Coalescence. That's enough to easily march the team forward, and it seems like, I mean, anytime we see UCD start to win a fight, this snowball happens every time. They push the limits as far as they can.
They can. Avarice, the solo kill right here. Not going to see the Sound Barrier on the backside of this team fight. And this is just when it's going to be so important. Charge inside as Smokey the May just getting a little too aggressive right there. Also only had so much in the way of healing on the backside. I think Tesla was actually out of the spray.
Yeah, we're going to have
fight's been won. Black is going to take this one. Valkyrie Agly's doing a fantastic job so far. 2 for 1. Okay, Dave out here stealth hunting.
Nave makes this quick reset turn into more of a staggered one, too, by just stepping as far into the fight as they can and making sure those DPS can't get away.
See how Davis squad is able to move their way on in here. Off the back of the Sound Barrier, not Sound Barrier, but the speed boost, that ain't good with the Shatter against Avarice. Isn't able to get it. Honestly, this is the cows just need to get on out of dodge.
Yeah, and you saw Ace as high. They're trying to buy Purchase back in the fight by throwing the Blizzard out in hopes of countering that Shatter, but too little, too late. That was a big slam once again from Nave. He's full of those.
And yeah, and that's the big thing. The Shatter comes, doesn't matter because Nave is literally already at 50%. Fire Strike later, we're peaking on 60.
Zoc does have the Katune Rush. Blizzard comes out to lead off the fight. Xenox says, we're going in now. Nave with the speed boost, cleaving away at the back line. The slam, the exclamation point. Nave still a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, this is not a question mark. This is not a sentence you end a statement in response to. That was a very, very exclaimed play right there. My oh my, Nave. And again, just these fire strikes are continuing to gate them a lot more. Yeah, hard to even see. Okay, so it looked like Smokey the May actually shattered hers like over towards Nave's like left, trying to get like everybody inside of it. I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, Nave definitely got the last word on that one. And now, what was a pretty big time bank, a little over 4 minutes, is chiseled down to 1 minute 40. So UCD, they've got to figure out this CESU third-point defense, and they've got to do it pretty quick here, Tuck.
This might be the difference of simply the Kitsune Rush and the Kiriko versus the Coalescence and this Moira. I know which one of these is going to come up to it faster, but Kitsune Rush just seems a lot more effective, especially these tight quarters right here. Here it comes. Grim going to be dropping a lot. That's a little bit of damage, and that's enough against Spy, their counterpart.
This is the opening they need. Bastion's out of the way. Now you can enable Grim to do a lot of damage. Smokey steps up as well, and Grim has just been let loose here in turret form. Takes down Nave, and if they can stagger this fight out, it's going to be easy to clean up on Kings.
Speaking of staggers right here, I don't even think we're going to get inside of it because that's going to be a little bit contesting at the end, but a shatter from Smokey the May and a lot of DPS at the end. Nave is the last alive, the last bastion, and that's UCD Blue pushing this one on in and with time here.
And I really like how they ended that round by kind of staggering out that last fight. Once they took Nave down, they kind of took their time with Xenox on the mid. They let that ice heal like kind of play itself out and make sure that they didn't get a clean reset. They didn't all get to come out of spawn at the same exact time and get a good contest in. It was very staggered, very easy for UCD to close out the round.
Some nice pick plays right there. Grim allowed so much of space to be purchased from the University of California Davis just consistently through this. This one might be play of the game on this Kings Row map there from Smokey if we don't see like a quad, some kind of crazy stuff on the other side. It's interesting to see how High Noon has kind of got boiled down from like, you know, let's you know, pair it with Shatter, let's pair it with, you know, a Grav if you're hitting it from behind, like hitting the High Noon from their opposite side with no shield or whatever, right? To now just more of like a zoning ultimate or something that you're super completely just confident and satisfied with, just getting one kill.
Yeah, a lot of people forget that. I think it was a couple months ago, it might have been the Season 2 mid-season patch. They added a Fortify effect to his High Noon. So even though he doesn't, I mean, he lights up in a particular way, but he's always done that. A lot of people don't know that he takes significantly less damage now, and he doesn't always need to be behind that tank. He can just kind of be an incredibly menacing force out there with the high noon.
Especially given the number of stuns in this game dwindled down to like 7, 6.
Yeah, you high noon, you own that space.
You really do. You really do. Oh, I miss Flashbang. Take it away, old charge.
Coming to this one, I mean, similar story, UCD on the defense, though, this time. They find the opening kill, and let's remember that they had a stellar time after Fight 1 on their attack, and they immediately make this game a little bit lopsided because CESU is not able to fare the same way.
My oh my, no they are not. We're looking at this California squad taking on Calgary Aggies. Yeah, and that is going to be, oh yeah, so, the you know, obviously Calgary, like Calgary, Alberta, aka Canada, making this an international competition, of course, here, old charge.
I mean, this is probably the best one you can watch right now. I know the World Baseball Classic's on, but let's be honest, this is the international competition you want to see.
Exactly, exactly. Millions of viewers woke up this morning in anticipation. The bovine battle. Oh my goodness!
Oh, but Nave tries to answer. Nave does go down first. They're trapped on the other side of that May wall. UCD is able to clean up here. Tug, what's working? We've got almost mirror compositions. I think you and I both like the Kiriko a little bit better, but UCD has to be doing something different to find the success.
It's the exact same thing right here. It's the fact that also there's so many walls and socks. Healing abilities, the healing of Fuda there is just can't really get around these sometimes. They kind of have to lock on, whereas Tesla can consistently spray that yellow spray everywhere and get everybody the same amount of healing. Here comes a Kitsune Rush. Nice block, though.
Oh, they break down the wall quickly, though. Fi coming through with a ton of turret damage. Blizzard into the back line. Ace says, hi, how do you do to Xenox and Sock. And once again, UCD Blue. I mean, they backpedal really well. They play the ebb and flow on this first point defense exactly how you should.
Yeah, seriously. That's, well, that was the Aggie squad and map number 1 right here. Davis is really just kind of effectively demonstrating themselves, at least in mirror compositions, to have that slight edge in map number 2. Kings Row, they're about 100 seconds away from taking this one and tying up the series.
And now we got the mortar strike coming down as Grim sends this one into the back line as well, kind of dislodging any comfort that CESU Black has back there. Smokey the May, though, overextends once again. That's the first time we've seen it on defense. Got them into trouble a couple times on attack, but this time is going to be the most costly of Kings Row.
Costly of Kings Row indeed. Ace says I just gets absolutely swarmed right there. And this is going to be enough for the Calgary Aggies. Go forth, take this first point. A little bit of time will be the reward here. Berkeley.
Coming back in though, Smokey
maybe
says not so fast. Actually, kind of stays on this point for way longer than I think anyone thought they might. The Blizzard has to be popped in. Even though it looked like point 1 was wrapped up, UCD just got out a really key ultimate from CESU, and I love that aggressive play.
Yeah, what? So that's going to be a 1 and 2. The Sound Bear and the Blizzard burned out from Calgary. Ace says hi, falls on the back side right here. So I'll say Smokey the May has her shatter coming into this. This had been a completely different story.
Yeah, and what I like about that last fight again for UCD is just having that mentality as a defending team to just be like, this point's not for free. Even though I don't think we can stop you from taking it, we're going to get big resources out of you. Sound Barrier and Blizzard off the board is massive. I know their alt economy is still lacking, but it would have been a lot worse if they didn't try to take that last fight.
Speaking of, now Ace says hi, has that Blizzard up and ready. Shattered on the other side, and the Coalescence there soon is not going to be a bad idea. Here comes the Blizzard!
Oh man, pack a jacket.
I can see the future here, people.
Chilly.
I can see the future.
That was a nice one. I like how it came in from the top turnbuckle too. A little bit sneaky there.
Wonky flanks. Fantastic positioning. That's always going to be the name of the game when you're playing this any DPS character, really. Obviously more so something like the Reapers, something like your Cassidys, but hey, a flanking May. It's got a ring to it. Sounds like a band, honestly. Flanking May. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm thinking about like Flogging Molly or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, Kitsune Rush.
It's either hair metal or it's a beach bum band. But now into the next fight, Kitsune Rush to try and counter out this fight, but it's still all UCD. They are just defending Kings Row incredibly well. They are back in the ult economy race. They were down 3 ults to 1 just a fight ago, but look at them now, completely equaled out.
Yeah, so under the through this underpass right here is such a tough part of this map, and I'm not really surprised that the defense is holding so strong here, given that they just burned off so much time on point 1 before this payload was even opened up here on our hybrid game mode. Now, Nave and the rest of the Aggie squad trying to move in from the kind of the side or even the back. That's going to be denied out for a couple of seconds. Ace Says Hi continues to be the thorn in the side.
Shatters are awfully close to each other right now. 91-91. Smokey charges it up fully, though, with that fire strike. And the Shatter lands around the corner. You got to be looking out for Nave, though, sitting at 94%. No kills have been found yet. The Xenox Blizzard is going to be what claims the first blood of this fight as Smokey falls. Nave could have landed a free Shatter, but Grim steps up, and now there's no tanks in this fight. 4v4. Let's make it a cooldown fest.
Yeah, well, I know who's going to win this one, and that's not one of these bastions right here. Blizzard out. That's not going to be enough on Sound Barrier. A little bit of back and forth, though, as Five tries to get the last of their ultimate, and a lot of ability and, okay, efficiency from it. There you go. That's how you keep on a rolling on attack.
Yeah, the Sound Barrier wasn't enough to save one member, but it kept Fi alive, who was amidst the overclock, just sliding into the backline, trying to go for those squishy kills what they could, and they found just enough. The 2v1 trade, and now you've got Nave holding down the front line with Shatter, and Smokey doesn't have it.
Yeah, even if they take this, it's almost impossible for the squad to get more time. There's a Shatter down. Kitsune Rush keeps people alive for a little while, but back and forth we go. Sock and Grim both deleted.
Love that play there from Nave. Definitely knew that they had the only Shatter in the lobby and just tried to get the solo Shatter onto Grim. It landed, and with the Bastion down, that's the green light for CESU Black. And this attack has had some speed bumps, but they're doing the important thing of collecting the objective with just enough time.
I don't think it's actually physically possible, even with 3 on, for them to get in here with more time than UCB did. But even so, just getting it not in overtime will be a real prime move right here. The advantageous position, really as best as they can here.
Yeah, Fi really trying to just posture themselves up for this upcoming fight. Somehow you've got to find Grim. Anytime they can find Grim first, it's a really good sign of things to come, but that's an easy way to do it. Xenox makes everyone chilly on the point, and Nave cleaves away Smokey the May, and the payload keeps driving.
It does, but what I'm looking at is Smokey the May, you know, Shatter in like a swing, Ace Says Hi, Blizzard in like a single shot, but getting out of here looks like it's going to be easier said than done. Five finds one first. No Avarice Barrier that it got to land.
And we saw
man.
Nave Shatter got blocked,
Bad
and
Shatter.
it got answered. UCD on the final stand. There's 10 seconds left, but CESU, they respond. They had ults for the buzzer. They saved them well, and we're headed to overtime.
Again, the idea being that this Calgary Aggies took this one with time. Without that, we might be looking at a little bit of a different situation. As it is, Davis is just going to have an extra 38 seconds, which, I mean, especially if this offense can get it done in 60, that 38 seconds is going to be basically useless, because most of this push after that will be done in overtime.
Yeah, the only kind of insight to any foreshadowing we could have is UCD's defense held this first point really well. It took CESU 4 fights to take it, and UCD on the attack, they took it in first fight. Grim on the Widowmaker opened it up, and then they had the first point in like 15 seconds. So if they can keep that going in overtime, this map is theirs. CESU know that they're probably coming out with a Widowmaker, so they've got to be ready for that and not be in line of sight.
LOS is just going to be such like a big factor in these as well, right? You're looking at the Blizzards, you're looking at the Grim, those Bastion ultimates, right? Mortar Strikes. You're looking at Shatter as well as Sound Barrier. You get nothing from Coalescence if you do not maintain line of sight. All of these are just such important characters to have that one. Can't really get a whole lot done with it. I really agree with you, Berkeley. It's a very good point.
It's a really nerve-wracking time to be a support player in Overwatch 2. Line of sight is just a killer. It feels like Valorant sometimes.
Was it not then? Like oh boy. Up to it. No surprise whatsoever that Maze are a part of both of these. Grim, the entire Calgary Aggies squad, everybody getting a hand on that. Gonna be Grim with the finishing blow onto Nave. This is like like 2 more like really short team fights like that, like single pick, or just 1 very long team fight left here for the offenders' opportunities.
And this is what we saw last round. UCD's defense really locked it down. CESU Black was not able to take the point without expending a few ultimates. And in overtime with 1 minute, you don't have that luxury. You've got to get it done in a mid-fight with just some cooldowns.
Trying to cover up this Bastion on the back right here. Knave getting hyper aggressive. This is pretty close in the Reinhardt battle.
Smokey does take it though. A nice little May wall there thrown up by Aces High, and that's gonna be the overtime. UCD's defense once again said, if you don't have an ultimate, you're not gonna crack our first point armor. No chance.
Yeah, so now we're looking at a situation where UCD can only tie, right? They can only tie or win. They cannot lose because there was no 33 of progress here from the Calgary Aggies to continue on their 2-0 run. At the absolute best, Calgary Aggies, left side, CESU Black, will tie this one, and there'll be no advantage Davis, no advantage CESU in game number 2. It's the best situation that the Aggies can hold on to, in case you're just new to Overwatch.
Got to remember too that this was UCD's map pick. I know Kings Row is almost a given on hybrid. It doesn't usually matter whose pick it is. We usually go to Kings Row, but it always feels good to win your map pick. You're supposed to have an advantage when you have it. And anytime that a team is able to win their map picks, you go 5 maps, which is just points toward playoffs. So I love how UCD is not disappointing on their map pick. I love how their attack was incredibly fast round 1. And I love how Grim is not afraid to play Widowmaker and try and repeat the story from round 1 here in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, 100 seconds left on here. I like you said, I'd love to see kind of the PP performances when you're taking looks at... Okay. Obviously, at Grim. Ace says hi on the Pharaoh?
I don't know. That's a head scratcher. I love the May. I think it's almost
Bastion.
essential.
Yeah, I love it. I wouldn't be surprised if Grim actually switches over to that later, but they can't know that they're going to be staring down the barrel of a Bastion, of a Baptiste in just a little bit, though.
You know what we actually just saw? Ace was on the Pharah just to shoot the concussive blast to try and knock someone from CESU into Grim's line of sight. It's a cool little play, pretty crafty. It didn't land, but that's what they were going for. That's pretty big brain. Now Smokey says, let's throw away the big brain and show the bronze.
Yep.
Straight through the hotel, swinging. Sock doesn't have the immortality field. How do you step back into this fight? The 5v4 advantage could help.
This is going to be Xenox actually finding a kill, and then we can't even get back on top? What? Okay. Wow, yeah, the Cow's gonna be gifted this one once again. I'm gonna have to check to see under the tree to see if there's rat presents or something like this. It's Christmas. This was Xenox who found a pick. There's literally a DPS down for the Cows, and then they just gifted it.
Yeah, I mean, dude, gifted is the perfect word. They should not have won that fight. There should have at least been some sort of contest, but just not able to do it in the final moments of the game. And I mean, we're all evened up here, 1 apiece, right? This is how we thought this game would probably play out, and it's right where we are. So headed in to Escort, what are you looking to see? Who do you think has the edge here in map 3?
I'm definitely going to have to go with the Cows, and not just because we've been making bovine-related humor up to this point. I love the adaptations here. I love the real wonky and coordinated plays between like Aces High and Grim, between that Widowmaker, Farah earlier, the last map right here. It did something to create space. Again, MVP play right there from Smokey, but it did a lot to create space, and that ingenuity and that adaptability here at Berkeley is going to be the name of the game and what is really going to spell a difference in what is otherwise an incredibly close series.
And it's going to stay close, too. As we head into Escort, we'll see if it's going to be some mechanical playmaking or some strategy that ends up being the main difference in this one. But Kings Row didn't disappoint. It went 2 rounds into overtime, had a ton of big plays. You absolutely love to see that. And as we head into Escort, maybe, just maybe, we head away from the Reinhardt's compositions.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw like a little bit of non-Reinhardt at the very end of that Nepal map. That was Winston, I believe, played by Smokey the May right there. But we're going to have to wait just a little while longer to figure that one out. A very short break. We'll be back with you guys with map 3 in a series that was a best of 5. And basically has been boiled down to a best of 3.
All right, we're back, about to start Escort. We know it's going to be Dorado, all charge here, joined by Tugboat, and what's been a really good battle of the cattle so far. We're tied up 1 apiece. Tug, how are we feeling about this game?
Feeling real good. Feeling real good, especially if you're UC Davis. You should definitely be feeling really good. Dorado is next. We will see if they can milk the win out of this map number 3 right here after finding 1 in map number 2.
I love it. Tug, what do you call a cow that just gave birth?
I don't know, Berkeley. What do you call a cow?
Decaffeinated.
Oh, no.
You're welcome. I'll be here all week.
We all grow
That's
old.
a lie. This is my last game of the week, but we're ending on high notes here.
You know it's bad when even production groans. No, we're not hearing voices, people. That was the auditory reaction from our production staff. Once again, shout out Hippie, shout out Lottie, getting that primo production and observing on in for us to make casting so much easier. Nepal went incredibly closely. Just quoting scores back at you, folks. That was 100 to 75 for UC Davis in the first section of Nepal. That was 166 second section of Nepal. 99 to 100 there on the last one. Then we go down to Kings Row and extra rounds within Kings Row. UC Davis, again, they gave a lot of pressure there, Berkeley. They even lost a pick, and I guess it was just a fake. They faked losing a DPS hero, right, to then take point. It was a big brain play. Biggest brain play I've ever seen in Overwatch.
Yeah, that was the one fight so far tonight where I just think it did not go as the script was supposed to have it. I mean, getting the advantage there and not being able to roll back on a point with a Ryan and a May, just barely not making it, wasn't what I thought was going to happen. It definitely took both of us by surprise, but now we're headed into Dorado, Tug, and unlike Nepal and Kings Row, where we've seen nothing but Reinhardt, Dorado's one of those maps where high grounds are everywhere. The map is littered with them. Do you think we break the trend of Reinhardt's and go on to some mobility?
Some kind of dive, some kind of Winston, obviously. You know, we saw a little bit of that in Nepal in the very, very last part of the third section of Nepal. Wouldn't be against it whatsoever. Something like just really rushy like an Orisa, not against that one whatsoever. I think Ramatch is still in a great place, even post-nerf right now, but that doesn't really necessarily, you know, kind of mesh with the amount of high ground that'll be found on Dorado like you were talking about.
And it seems like both of these tank players between Nave and Smokey, they're both Reinhardt first players, so I wouldn't be surprised if they started or if one of them starts on Reinhardt and then just kind of sees if they can swing it up against a dive comp. You kind of have to change the way you play, but both of these tanks being Ryan players, I feel like they've played Dorado on Ryan once or twice, and they're not uncomfortable in this sort of situation.
Absolutely not. Hopping right on into this a little bit. If the question is, does Ryan work on Dorado? The answer is the other 4 characters. We've mostly seen Lucio, seen plenty of Moira, but a lot of Kiriko as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have not seen any other supports coming into this one. Any combination of there, it can make it work. It really just comes down to what DPS heroes you play at that point. Now, an Echo being at least shown for right now. Gotta say, I love it. He says hi, showing me what I wanted to see a little bit earlier, and that's some fair action as well. If this goes down, it's going to be super hard for Zenyatta, Moira, to keep up Pharah against a middle-range character like this Ashe and the Echo. I think that's a fair way to put that one.
Yeah, and another couple of differences between these two teams. I mean, on one side, you've got an Ashe with a Mercy Pocket, which could make life very difficult for Ace, but also, UCD, they've got the Moira, which does couple very well with Smokey on the Winston. Moira now is more of a DPS Moira than she's ever been. That style of play with her is so stable right now on the current patch that I would not be surprised to see Tesla just Hail Mary it and go deep on a couple plays.
I can agree with that. Getting deep on as any character, much less a DPS. Sometimes, again, what the script calls for. So far, a little bit of space has been purchased. Cows are rolling.
Cows are rolling. I like how just using the Pharah and the Widowmaker again, one of just the most nerve-wracking times to be a support player. Just that line of sight threat is enough for CESU to just kind of back up. And unfortunately, Blizzard has other plans in store. That is the absolute kryptonite of an Overwatch esports broadcast, and it is completely out of everyone's power. Just a GG, go
My
again.
strength has been sapped. The kryptonite. is to finally not your casters debating you folks. Finally, no casters debate. Yeah, brutal. You guys saw it.
Brutal.
Private lobby closed right there. Honestly, this was offense that had a pretty solid start right here, but we have no option except to start this one back up. I do believe they're gonna go and make sure this lobby and the server is good. So I think we'll probably be going to a little bit of a break right here to then go forth, try to make sure we can get all 10 of these players. Nope, we're good. Okay, gotcha. Not voices in my head, people. It's production telling me that all is right with the world. Hopping right back onto this one.
Oh, man. And there's going to be no surprises here. Both teams just kind of running it back on the same comp. CESU, though, they are going to change one aspect of their defense. Fi just kind of toying with this Tracer pick right now, and they're doing this knowing that UCD's probably going to run the Pharah again. So pretty confident play there from Fi to try and get away with Tracer.
I am not against that whatsoever. We were staring down the barrel of an Ash earlier, quite literally if you know the character, yuck. But the cows, again, just a super kind of pick-heavy comp between the Widow, between this Pharah, a little bit of Winston action on the end, and Avarice. This is just a cow squad that's going to require a whole lot of communication and coordination to really get something going right here, because it's all going to come off the back of Avarice. Oh my goodness, okay.
So I love how Sock just kind of steps up to the fight and says, I'm the only hit scan we need.
Hit scan, where we're going, we don't need any hit scans.
Of course
Especially
not.
where Ace is going now, on over to the Torbjorn. Definitely don't need a hit scan for this one.
Tug, we've seen this a lot in this series too, where it's the supports who actually get really active in the damage-dealing categories of this match.
You're acting surprised, which is kind of, as a support main, kind of hurt my feelings a little bit, Berkeley, I gotta say.
Listen, I love Lucio and Zen
unexpected.
as much as the next guy, but this is Champions. I mean, this is usually where supports really have to hang back, but
Nice
we're seeing
purple.
them get aggressive with their team time and time again.
He says hi, almost says goodbye, back to respawn with them. No way, bro!
We did not
Alright.
we just got Grav Dragoned by Blizzard. By the servers, we got Wombo combo.
Two times.
That's
Hit him
a
with
first.
the 1-2, bam, like we're boxing. All right, guys. This time it's not a debate. It is my professional opinion that we should go forth and make sure this server is gravy from here, because we don't want to start this one back up again. Guys, short break. Sorry again. You know, the classic joke is blame production. That is not the case whatsoever. This is Blizzard. Server's just messing up. We'll be back with you guys in a minute.
All right, we're all going to pray to the internet gods that the servers are going to be good for the third time around here, as we're about to enter Escort in a tied game. This one was really close, and I mean, just Blizzard servers having a bit of a flair for the dramatic here, Tug.
Yeah, no, flair for the dramatic. What? Yeah, nothing much to be done about that. That's the ones and the zeros flying across the air that FBI Tugboat could not be telling you about. Some solid starts, some solid looks, and plenty of different characters across our 3 attempts thus far. We'll see how this offense does roll. Look like I love the Sock Anna. They've already shown what they can do on that one. A dual sniper composition. Hanzo Widowmaker being shown at least from the cows. And imagining a cow sniper is just really, really comical. I'd invite all of you to do that.
I like it. I closed my eyes, and I saw it. Or I saw what I wanted to see.
Okay. I would be sincerely surprised if my cow sniper thought was the same as your cow sniper thought.
Was yours wearing overalls?
This is getting weird. It definitely was. All right, we're getting into Overwatch here, people. Let's get away from this. I think it would be a lot easier if I had to cast if I could read my co-caster's mind, but...
Are we getting into Overwatch? This payload's gonna reach the first corner, and we're gonna have the servers crash again, folks. We're not gonna count that one out yet.
The script says 4 times, so...
Oh, that's what your script says? Mine's a little bit different. Fight opened up this time, though, by the defense. We got Aesthetic Sock finding the first kill there onto Grim, and we've seen both of these teams get a look at the other's composition 2 times now on Dorado, and we've seen adjustments every time we've played this map, but Ace is back to the Pharah, Fi's sticking on the Tracer, and it seems like Sock on Ana for CESU is enough of a hit scan threat to once again make a switch.
This is what I was looking for here. Some more close range damage. Ace says hi, switching on over to that Reaper. Smokey the May getting hyper aggressive, but that's going to be enough for a Tracer. Now just kind of sitting here and making sure that the res can't come in here. Center might have actually gotten that at the very last second. Yes, so this is going to be a full CESU Black squad. Moving on into this next defense, holding strong.
And Aesthetic there just kind of showcased the kind of clutch healing potential that Mercy has right now. It just had Smokey the May right in their face the entire time and prevailed with a ton of damage, and it seemed like just an unkillable amount of healing. At least when you're going up in a 1v1 against a Winston, Winston can't actually ever do more damage than a Mercy Pocket now.
Unfortunately, even with charge ups and more. Nice purple right there, and the protection. Get that one done at the end. Knave has this primal, chooses now to pop it. Offen's trying to get something going here. Scrim the first to fall. No more Torb turret left on this one. Smokey the May gonna get taken out of this one. And it looks like for right now, the Aggies have held strong.
And I like this too. From CESU, they're not choosing to go back and defend where the payload is near that kind of catwalk. You can see it right there just for a second from Knave's perspective. But they keep pushing these high grounds right up next to the spawn. Avarice there gets caught out again. Sniper Monkey with a Mercy Pocket there. Tugboat gets you every time.
Sniper Monkey, Mercy Pocket, Sniper Cow, and a Pocket. I don't know.
Man, if you're UCD, just how do you crack through? They've got a Bastion and a Tor, but this mobility from CESU, they're just swarming UCD every fight.
Maybe a bit of a panic hold right here, but that's going to find enough after the nano boost comes in. Sock felled out for right now, and this should just be a slow burn. So let's break this one down a little bit. Well, Tesla's actually taken out. Avarice is still on board, so they still have a main support. Well, they had a main support. Knave doesn't like them having a main support. Aesthetic Stock opting now to pick that copy up. That's still a pick the other way, so this team fight's still going.
It's still going, and it's still going real strong for CESU. Luckily, Ace Says High is able to clean up a little bit, but Aesthetic Sock has not died, and they've been a clutch factor on Dorado. That is 2 fights now that they've brought back after being down 2 members.
Any changes coming in? I don't really know. The Torb offense is just always kind of a wonky pick and kind of hard to get going. The 6th source of damage now is never going to be a bad thing. Nice stick, Grim. We'll see you back later. Avarice finds a second right there, little twofer on that, and this is going to be the Aggies holding strong yet again.
And I was always wondering, this series as it went on for maps 1 and 2, as neither team broke away from the Reinhardt, what we were going to learn when we finally got to a map like this where you just can't get away with it. You need to play mobility, and it seems like CESU, they are so in sync with each other. It doesn't matter if they go down a couple members, they're still showing it off here as Aesthetic goes into the backline, beams down 2, make it 3. Always utilizing that cooldown as well as they possibly can. This CESU dive is a cut above UCD's attack.
Sock, the only one left alive on here, is the ball coming in. Spin to win, or at least spin to stall right now. That's going to be enough. That's going to be Nave. Having a little bit of problems actually getting to this ball character. That's going to be enough. If Smokey actually gets... Wow, that's going to be enough right here. And now the copy coming onto the wrecking ball. That should be enough to dust this one out. Grim, Smokey, both donezo. Defense coming back. That's going to be enough for the defense.
Wow, I mean, that was just a really impressive display, similar to what UCD did on their map pick, Kings Row, where they really had excellent defenses on first point. CESU just seized all the momentum in this game, and especially with Dorado having that rocky start with the servers, it's nice to just have your mojo back right after the first point.
That's a really good point. Let's check out how some of these happen. This was the big dive-in response from the side of CESU Black. Yes, Ace says hi, found themselves a kill at the backside. Nave getting taken out by that one, but Sinner was always there with reses and more. Five, nice little two-piece. I believe, just given that there wasn't a whole lot of multi-kills right there, that Tracer two-piece might actually be play as of right now. We're taking POTG predictions.
Yeah, that or the tour play, definitely the two front runners that we got the chance to observe, and it's been a pretty quiet game. I mean, these kills are kind of happening staggered from each other, right? We're usually seeing one team collect a kill, maybe two, and then the other team just having to respond. And all around it was CESU just responding very well anytime that UCD kind of built an advantage. And now, I mean, you just have 4 minutes to attack. You only have to get the payload 84 meters. You looked fantastic on dive if you're CESU. Don't change a thing.
100% agree. The dive here was just straight up working. No need to change anything if it isn't broken. Defensive Torbjorn should be better a lot as well. Grim on the Sojourn. I'm not really against it. I think they're employing this to try and take out this Echo player from up top.
Yeah, some sort of more precise damage than a Bastion where you kind of rely on that turret cooldown coming up every, what is it, like 13 seconds? It's a long cooldown. Grim is going to get way more out of Sojourn in the mid-fight.
And especially with Aesthetic just trying to find a way in edgewise. She's got the pocket right there. Sinner is always there with her healing at like just the crucial times. And like you were talking about the changes onto this Mercy character later. Sock though, Sinner can't quite get them in the nick of time. It's going to be a huge source of healing down for the offense, but Anna they'll be back soon.
We're also playing Mercy Overwatch on both teams, so that res is always something we got to consider. I like how Sinner's kind of holding it for a chance for the attackers to make a play, risk their life for a play, and not just have to, you know, play the tempo that UCD wants them to play and use that res just to get back into a comfortable position. They just walk Sock out of spawn, and now they're back in the fray. 5v5. Smokey's doing a great job here just trying to hold down the payload as long as they can, but eventually you got to dodge. And they eventually do. Still though, CESU Black, they're set up well on these horseshoe high grounds. Aesthetic Sock is just a menace up in the skies, terrorizing UCD. They can never get a comfortable footing. And as the payload kind of makes its way under the bridge, Tug, that dive is imminent.
Yeah, Sinner's, she's getting so much attention right now until this ult is finished. No reason to believe that one's going to over with. Sock now left in the back. And now just, I was going to say dusted out, excuse me. Sock is out here.
A little bit of sleepy time juice there with Smokey's name written all over it. And this fight again kind of trading back and forth. Smokey's able to find a nice two-piece there, and one of those members was Aesthetic Sock. And with the Echo out of the way, this is the best chance that UCD's had all game to just stabilize their defense. Once again, this was a fight where the defenders were down, and it took a big play to bring it back.
A lot of yardage here between offense and defense. Fi just trying to find a way in and get a little bit of attention there. That's a nice stick, and Tesla has no fade. Okay, Fi though, oh. That's what you get, not paying attention to Ace.
And Now, once again, it's just kind of this defense stabilizing here. The Molten Core sealing off the payload, making it so you really can't navigate and get any progression. They've tried to do what they could with the Primal Rage, but this UCD comp, which really only changed one piece with the adaptation of the Sojourn, you know, it's made a ton of difference for them. This defense looks like a completely transformed team as to what we saw on the attack, and now as we come into this next fight, it's up to CESU to get this dive to click. They've got two big ultimates. Sock has the nano boost, Aesthetic Sock has the copy, and they are ready to pop off.
Just the problem is just this is just such a super pick comp against a super divey and flanking comp from the CESU Black Squad. That is a quick copy out, and then Grim does find one, but that's just going to be against Aesthetic Stocks. Ultimate form right there. Aver is done. That's no bueno here. Tesla's going to have to pull the Coalescence immediately, and that's just to keep members from dying. Not a whole lot of damage on the other side. Knave not able to get back from the res. Moth Winton down. Sock finish. Grim Dunzo. The res comes through. There's a big Death Blossom that should get the CESU Black Squad the space that they need.
And it all came down to Sinner's Valkyrie at the end there. Just a ton of support to keep that entire team alive through the push. And then the big res to give you the tank advantage stepping back into the fight. Really good job here by CESU just to kind of close out the round and use their ultimates wisely.
Winton Overwatch, people. Winton Overwatch. It's going to be 5 with the W right here. There was really not a whole lot of multi-kills, whatnot, until this right here. That's 1, that's 2, that's enough after the Torb charge, and still finds one on the in. Avarice finished. Avarice was actually forced to go on over to the Mercy after that, if my memory serves right here, and that still just didn't prove to be enough right here, old charge. This is going to be CESU taking the lead in the series 2-1 fashion.
Yeah, and that sets them up on match point. This is a game that has pretty high stakes. You would own a top 4 spot if you win this game, and that gives you a seeding advantage in playoffs. And as the season starts to kind of close down, that's something we really have to think about. And as always, you got to remember, these are two teams that have even records, so stakes are incredibly high here. We finally saw some compositions transform. I think CESU has a little bit of an edge, and UCD, with the next map pick, they've probably got to go back to something where they can play Ryan comfortably.
Yeah, we just have to pay attention to, like, again, the geographical location, the map that's going to be picked here next, because I think that if UCD feels that they can play a tank other than Reinhardt better than the CESU squad, then they're just going to pick a place where Reinhardt is completely useless, right? Coliseum is going to be, Coliseo, excuse me, is going to be banned right here. We do have that much as far as picks, but I think that's the only thing that makes sense right here. If they think they can play a tank better than a tank other than Reinhardt, better than this Cow squad, then I do believe that's where we're going to be going after this.
And it looks like we're going to be going to Esperanza here for push, which is one of those maps where you can get away with a mobile comp, you can get away with a Ryan comp. Whatever your team strength is feeling like, you can run it. But if you're going to run a Ryan like we've seen proven in maps 1 and 2, it needs to have the Mei. We've seen both of these teams play a Ryan without a Mei, and it's always been losing. So if someone's going to buy into that game plan of running a Ryan comp like they did comfortably, both these teams in map 1 and 2, don't make mistakes out of the spawn door. Have the Mei with it.
Sigma Mei would not be against that one.
I love that.
And then a creation.
Add some poke to it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like it's been so frequent that a single poke in, a single take, right? Taking one player on the other side, so frequently has resulted in team fight wins, even if on King's Row and Dorado they were like really elongated. Esperanza will be right next on the chopping block when it comes to single poke comps, taking picks, and then winning team fights.
Yeah, and we've really seen like the flex DPS really kind of show their hero diversity on both these teams, right? Like we've seen Grim play the Mei. Now on the side of CESU, we've seen Aesthetic Sock play the Echo at a really high level. So these two teams kind of have big trade-offs in their DPS. It's not one of those mirror matchups through and through that we get so much in high-ranked Overwatch, and it's kind of refreshing to see that the game is in such a stable state where your flex DPS doesn't just have to be trapped into a couple heroes. They can really branch out.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen like mostly the Lucio, a lot of Moira, a lot of Kiriko, even some Anon this last, and then flashes of Zenyatta. I'd have to agree with you, but the point that I've always made there is about the tank lineups, man. Like, We haven't seen Diva, we haven't seen Sigma, but we're about to see a map that could very, very reasonably see this. We haven't seen a Zarya, but could very, very reasonably expect to see one of those. Now a Junker Queen.
That's interesting. I mean, she's got self-healing. She can totally play, but this could just be UCD hanging out in the locker room wearing their favorite jersey, not the one they're actually going to wear during the game.
The classic, like, mix-up right here. Again, that's going to be UCD Blue on defense. They're going to switch off the Junker Queen. They're going to have to do it in the next couple of seconds. Doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Ace says hi. We might see a switch from them off the teleport and Symmetra. No, okay. We have an incredibly wonky composition here from the Cows.
Yeah. I mean, if they can get it to work, it's definitely going to surprise CESU. I can comfortably say that.
Yes. Now, the efficiency of said composition might be a little bit of a different story here, Berkeley. We'll see how this one goes as Nave and the rest going to be diving in just a second.
Oh, Cinder gets hacked in the back line. Grim, great job. Do it yourself. And the window is open for UCD to storm through. And I love it. They hit the speed boost on the Junker Queen and Avarice's speed boost from the Lucio at the same time. This team is just gunning straight to your back line.
Wow. Yeah, okay. So maybe a couple of switches here from the Aggies squad, from the Calgary's squad. Especially given that Grim is just straight up feeding right now, or straight up eating, excuse me, feasting, not feeding.
This is such a fun comp because it's just stacking speed boosts, and then you also have the teleporter mobility if Ace uses that properly. I mean, I don't think this one has a name, but it's got to have something to do with just having some jets on your team.
Yeah, you know, I have a name right now. It'll definitely be called something soon enough. This goes forth. The Cows are able to take this Esperanza map, go on, tie up the series here. That's a great way to start, and a forward spawn unlocked.
And in the Overwatch League at least, Push has a really interesting kind of statistic where the team that takes the advanced spawns first has over an 80% win rate. And I say that every time I come to a Push map because UCD did that awfully quickly. It took them 2 fights and they've got the advanced spawns. Right now they're banging on all cylinders. This is their map pick and it is looking like it right now. They look so comfortable on this composition that CESU has yet to come up with an answer for.
No, they have not. This might be a fast one the way this is going, my friend. Avarice has been the first to face some real danger in quite a while. We are 80 meters up in the first just little bit of this map.
Yeah, and no signs of slowing down either. I mean, I don't know if UCD has had more than 2 members eliminated. I don't know if they've had anyone die yet.
Severus got super close, now taken to the skies as 5, and the switch on over to the Sigma. I do like this one, and that's something you can use to really deal with this Junker Queen. There comes the ultimate from the Junker Queen, purple all around. There's Fi and a hack immediately to get that barrage out. The voice line can't be finished yet again, but the Cows looking at a full team wipe.
Yeah, pretty good job there in response from CESU to that big EMP, or what would have been a big EMP. It hacked 4 members, but the response was just lightning quick from CESU. They had the barrage, Sinner was already in the Valkyrie, and they used Nano before the EMP, so they got out everything they needed to secure that fight against one of the most dangerous ultimates in Overwatch.
Running on down the other way right now. Oh, so Symmetra actually does get wall out, but Sock, once again, or like put a Sock in it. Headshots here from the Kiriko, trying to take it to the skies right now. That Sim wall is now down. This exposed Farah on the other side, forced to get pocketed right quick. Nave does find Avarice on this, no sound barrier. Grim, the next on the chopping block, and CESU Black has probably won this team fight.
They probably have, and I'm kind of almost questioning the switch over to Soldier 76 here from Grim, because I don't know if a Soldier on his own is enough to deal with an Echo and a Pharah in the sky, where a Mercy Pocket can go between either of them. Tugboat. I think if you're going to have Grim on the 76 instead of Sombra, where they could maybe hack a backline target and make an opening for you, you've got to add another hit scan. They do that with the Bastion. I think they might also need a Mercy too once they use these support ultimates, just to amp up that damage.
CESU getting close to about 20 meters right now. Still plenty of time to get there. The copy here soon from Aesthetic Stock. Just been constantly again, that kind of thorn in the side type situation against this Cows squad. Now coming down from the bottom, I think we're staring at her copy target right now. That's a lot of damage early and a perfectly timed sound barrier here, Berkeley.
What a great play there by Avarice to keep UCD alive. And they can't respond, though. Grim does go down. Aesthetic Sock wins the duel 5 from the heavens, lets the barrage loose.
Nice.
And it looks like we are going to have the CESU with full bot presence.
There, that's the full team kill bell coming out finally. Love the 5 Pharah. Love, love, love the Sigma. Cinder's doing everything in her power to keep everybody alive. And this like nice little dance right there. A little soldier on soldier action. A little counter pick on counter pick.
And as UCD kind of comes back into this fight, they've got the Orisa on, so we've kind of transformed from those strange comps we had at the start to now 2 pretty poke-heavy comps. One has a lot of damage from the ground, but CESU is controlling the skies, and they continue to do it. Aesthetic Sock is able to gun down Avarice, and that's another advantage that CESU Black wants to push, and they commit Sinner's Valkyrie as well. They want to step up as far as they can. Ground is valuable tonight.
Brutal. Yeah, Smokey the May, we just watched her perspective for about 20 seconds, just like a full backpedal almost all the way through that. Only so many abilities even Orisa can cycle through, Berkeley.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you got to either head for the hills or just do as much damage as you can before your fate inevitably comes to you. This is a really great breakout of Spawn, though. Look at that. Very succinct. 5 members get out in a hurry. CESU, they were lucky not to lose a member there.
Yeah, we have a Gravitic Flux online if it does get pulled. There it is. Now the Orisa going to get taken out in the back. Did this Sigma actually get to finish that? I'm not sure. Stun-wise, I'm not even sure would have come on the other side from them not being able to finish it. Dave is still alive, so maybe just didn't get anybody. It looks like they got at least 2.
It looked like they got 2, but I feel like the only way that ran short is if they didn't actually get them. But either way, we actually had a lead change right there, and CESU Black, they're just meters away from taking the series. They're up 2-1. Let's not forget, they could close it out.
Might be enough.
Oh, here we go.
That's going to be it at the beginning. The Pharah on the bottom side, that Moira is 1, finds enough, Fi does, and now a Pharah battle up top. 1-on-1, okay, I was about to say, if Fi actually wins that, wins that Pharah 1v1, I would have lost it. I would have lost even more so than I was just screaming, okay, folks? That should be enough. Kitsune Rush, that's a lot of Sigma damage right here. Got a Gravitic Flux this one, or Accretion this one out. That's a nice stun. Ball comes out for the stall. Little spin to attempt to win. And even this Moira can't stay alive. Tesla forced to fade back here and just kind of respond to this, but Aesthetic Sock has got their number. Ace says hi. Next on the chopping block, this is Aesthetics Skies, and we're just renting flights.
Yeah, dire straits here in the stagger.
Oh my god, Aesthetic Sock killed everybody. Aesthetic Sock just murdered everybody on the side of the EAUCT Blue Squad. Man, oh man.
That was flashy. I mean, that's something we didn't see until the last 2 maps, but that's going to be enough for CESU to just take the series. And even though they were only in for 2 maps, this is my player of the game right here, because look at the work they're putting in.
Yeah. The concentrate there in the last little bit. That Pharah doesn't die otherwise. Get a little Lucio action on the backside right there. And quite literally, Aesthetic Socks actually got, the majority damage and the majority of 5 of those players, right? Didn't get the majority of damage on a couple of them right there. Just got kind of chunked out, but did actually finish it out, which of course is Echo's definition of job. So.
Yeah, and that last map gets summed up with just aerial superiority, as we've got the highlights for the game coming into you now, thanks to the great and powerful Hippie on production. Talk about, this was a really fun one. It was really close on paper, and these maps through and through were just entertaining. I mean, Control was incredibly close. King's Row went down to the wire in overtime. Big plays every single map. I mean, this was a good one to end the night.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And again, just thematical, right? We got a 3-0 sweep. We got a 5-game barn burner. Now we come in with a 3-1 victory for Calgary Aggies. The Canadians going to be winning this international matchup, and no small part due to the just absolute wildness that Aesthetic Socks came in for Xenox, and even Xenox before them. Nave also fantastic job. Cinder played a whole lot of different characters as well. Sock right here, we see him on the Kiriko. Sock was playing on the Ana after that on one of our restarts. Sock literally just dueled a DPS and won without much damage on him.
And Tug, I already said that my player of the game was Aesthetic Sock. She came in for the last 2 maps, and the Echo was just what they stuck on. For Dorado, they won Dorado, then they come into Esperanza, not their map pick, and they're able to take the series and just make it a 4-game set.
This right here.
Who's your player of the game?
That's really tough. I feel like if we're talking about, I mean, Aesthetic Socks did so well right there. Fi also did really well. I might actually have to go to Smokey the May though, because like not only was this not a subbed out player like the tank over here for the cows for the UCD Blue, but the fact that they were always willing to transition to other heroes, right, to other tanks. This kind of goes into what we were talking about with like a lot of different tanks are viable. But I mean, what the Reinhardt originally absolutely goated, even won most of those Ryan battles. Orisa here on the end, just kind of doing what they can to stop the healing, or stop the hemorrhage, the bleeding, I should say, against an Orisa. We saw Junker Queen just absolutely pop off on Esperanza. If for no other reason that efficiency across so many different tanks that are also just completely different, I'm gonna have to go ahead and give it to Smokey the May right here for this UCD squad. I don't know why I can't say that.
I mean, these are some long acronyms. Usually we got 3 letters and it's nice and quick. Bang, bang, bang. But yeah, Smokey, great pick. She was someone that I was keeping my eye on pregame because she's been around the NECC competing for a long time. Really comfortable and a good team leader as a tank. Definitely a solid pick. Tug, just, you know, as like a longtime caster, whether it's Overwatch or whatever esport it is, you come into a game where you know you have the same record as the other team. We're getting late in the season. How do you respond next week if you were the loser of this game?
The best thing here for the cows is that there's not a whole lot of massive decisions that were like incorrect. There weren't like glaring mistakes they can look back on, or you know, it's gonna keep them up in their beds at night or nothing like that. This is just a matter of a VOD review, straight up. Yeah. Counter picks is a little bit part of that, but also like positioning. But really, end of the day, this is just cleaning up the last like 5% of your gameplay. And this is a matchup that could switch maps, they could trade maps back and forth for eternity. This is 2 incredibly close teams. The scoreline's 3-1, could very easily have been 3-2 here.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that we could see again as we get into the playoffs, but that's going to be all here for the B stream on NECC. For Tugboat, I've been all charged with Hippie on production, as well as, who do we have? Lottie as our observer. I've never worked with Lottie before, and honestly, with the replays too, great job tonight all around. It was really fun to just have that extra piece of content to hold on to and talk about. It really made the games feel like they were much more alive than they were in previous weeks. But that's going to be all for us here. Check in again next Thursday for more NECC Overwatch.